Honorable Grevald. I normally skip Honorable Buthelezi. I want to be sure if she's here. Yes, let me then also welcome you, DDG Tau, the head of the National Disaster Management Center.
Thank you, Chair.
Then I'm trying to see who else is here. Yeah, okay. Our colleague, Honorable Alfred Liss, is here. Welcome, Honorable Liss. You're also welcome. And DDG Fosse, welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Chair.
And the entire senior management team, including the ministry support staff. I see you are here in numbers. You are all welcome. Let me also take this opportunity to welcome our petitioners. I'm reliably informed that our petitioners are the Drakensberg Experience Tourism Association. And in our midst, we have got Megan Bedingham, who's the team leader, owner, and the operator of the cavern. And then we have Ms. Chantal Singh, owner, operator of Inkosana Berg Lodge, and Mr. Steve McQuaid, operator, owner of Champagne Sports Resort, and Ms. Fiona Bruke Legat, PCPA, is meant for the Private Charter Passenger Association, owner and operator of Champagne Shuttle and Coach Hire. You are all welcome, our petitioners. I want to welcome all of you. Then I also want to deal with this.
Recording in progress.
I want to deal with these apologies quickly. Honorable Kaban Chava is still on sick leave. Honorable Tlo is still on sick leave. Minister Dr. Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma she's also committed. And then we've got DM also committed. And then DG is not attending, hence we've seen, and then Mr. Temba Fosi is acting. And then the HOD is not going to attend this meeting, but there's Ms. Funi Makanya who's attending on behalf of the HOD. Can we welcome you also, Ms. Makanya? Welcome to the meeting. So those...
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, there she is. Let me quickly deal with the house rules. I mean, we've been in this new normal for over a year now. And then I should think you all know that you need to always mute your videos unless you are recognized by the church to do that. That includes your microphone. So let's make sure that we mute our microphones. And then there is a raise your hand icon on the platform. So you will be freely be able to raise your hand there if there are things that you want to raise with us. But in particular, your microphone, it should always be off. And then if then you opt to put your video on, make sure that there's no any other things that will show the color review of things that are uncommon or things that will disturb others. That's why we always plead with our meeting attendees to make sure that their videos as well, if they're not recognized by the chair, then to speak, they must keep them closed. So all the time when we ask you to speak, then you must put your video on. That includes your microphone as well, because we won't be able to hear you. So I should think this is how we deal with this meeting. And then having said that, let me again welcome our colleague, Honorable Liss. Today we are meeting, having the opportunity to consider the petition from Uthukela Tourism hospitality, and the associated industry sector, calling us as the National Assembly to assist this sector in having all COVID-19 regulations affecting their operations to be lifted. This is in response to ATC number 125 of 7 September 2020, where the National Assembly is directing this committee to consider and report on the petition. As you heard me welcoming Honorable R.A. List, this is the petition that is sponsored in line with Rule 347 of the National Assembly rules. And then Honorable List will therefore be the lead person in terms of introducing the subject matter of the petition. And then, if you recall, last week, Cabinet statement also hinted in enabling the tourism sector to be fully open to international tourist arrivals, which should go a long way towards addressing some of the concerns raised by the petitioners. And then later on, colleagues will then have to deal with EThekwini in relation to the petition with regard to the Ward 52 matter. We've been dealing with this matter because they are not yet here. I won't raise the issues until they join the meeting because they've requested that we meet with them after lunch. So as and when we welcome, there will be issues that I'll have to say when they are here. Having said that, let me welcome our petitioners and also to again remind you that it's within your constitutional right to petition the National Assembly whenever you are hitting the rock. And as your public rep, we will always like to interact with you when given an opportunity of this nature. Then also to regret the fact that the petition was then referred to us at a later stage. There could be a series of events that had happened that make some of the matters mute. But nevertheless, we are here to listen to you. And then I will then hand over to Honorable Liz to be the one that then lead. And then I don't know amongst yourselves, petitioners, you'll allocate yourself who's going to present the matters to us. Over to you, Honorable Liz, and welcome.
Thank you, Slalo. It's a pleasure to be with you in your committee and with the other committee members, even if the circumstances are a little difficult at the moment, and thank you for your welcome. And Madam Chair, the petition, as you say, some of the points may well be moot, and I accept that, given the passage of time of very nearly a year now. But nevertheless, the issues, many of them remain really significant, and the presenters or the petitioners will no doubt be able to elaborate on the issues that their sector is facing at the moment and what assistance they would like to see from us as legislators and indeed from government. So it's with pleasure that I welcome the team, Megan Beddingham, Chantal Singh, Steve McQuay, and Fiona Brooke-Leggett, all from the Central Drakensberg area, an important tourism venue for us as a country, part of the Okohlamba heritage site, and providing a significant contribution to the country, but an enormous contribution to the economy of that area. That area is economically linked just to tourism and agriculture. There's no industry of any sort, any consequence, and no mining and other kinds of sectors. So tourism, from an employment point of view, plays a huge part in the economy of that part of our country. So, Madam Chair, without further ado, I'd like to hand over to Megan Beddingham, who's going to lead the presentation by the petitioners. But thank you again, Madam Chair, for having us on your committee.
Thank you so much, Honorable Liz. Can I hand over to Megan to lead and present? Just give a summary of the issues together with your prayers, what you want us to do as Parliament. Over to you, Megan, and welcome again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, for having us this morning. Good morning to honourable members, colleagues, tourism stakeholders, and the press. And we welcome the public too. It is indeed a privilege for us to be here this morning. We do have a slide presentation. Is that available?
Let me check, Secretariat. Are you loading it for us? Were you not given the sharing rights, Megan?
No. Apparently it's been shared with the Secretary and it was going to be put up on the screen for us.
Okay, they will do it right away.
Okay, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Should I, in the meanwhile, I can just introduce us all again. We have been introduced.
If you can, in the meantime, be introducing them, all of them, and let us see their faces. That would be lovely.
Okay, lovely. Super, I'll do that. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I am Megan Beddingham. I'm the Vice Chair of the Drakensberg Experience and an owner-manager of the Cabin Resort. And my colleagues joining me today. And first of all, we have Chantel Singh. Chantel comes from the Central Drakensberg, from Inkosana Lodge. She is an owner and operator. Steve Mackay is the operator
Can we
of
Chantel, please? You switch off your video so that Chantel switch on and we'll see her.
Okay.
Take off yours so that we
Take
see
my
Chantel.
video off, okay?
Yeah, so that Chantel can switch hers on. Chantel, can we see you, please?
Yes,
You
my
better
video
say
is
something,
on.
Chantal.
There we go.
My video is
Thank
on.
you.
Yeah,
Thank
right.
you, Chantel. Okay.
Sure.
Who's next, Megan? Thank
Okay,
you.
so
Secretary.
next we've
Thank
got
you.
Steve Mackay is next from Champagne Sports Resort.
Good morning, Honourable Chair.
Oh, there's Steve. Thank you so much, Steve. It's good to have you here. Thank you. Okay.
And we have Fiona Brooke-Leggett, owner of the Champagne Shuttle, and she's the chairperson of the Private Charter Passenger Association.
Can we
Good
see
morning.
her, please? Can
Good morning,
we see her,
Honourable Chair.
please? We can't see you. I
Can't
think
see
you're in
me.
the same place with Megan, eh?
Yes, up in the mountains. We've been.
Because we are guided with Megan. Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Honourable Chair.
Good to see you, Fiona. You're welcome.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you.
Are we done?
We've introduced all of us. Thank you very much.
Okay. There's your presentation on the screen now.
Okay, right. Is
Sharing with you our
we
agenda.
getting there?
It was there, then she's decided to share something, our committee secretary, but she's going to resolve it now.
Okay.
Sure.
No problem. Right.
Okay.
So,
but we can be talking in the meantime.
Okay, let me begin in the
same time.
meantime. Absolutely. Yes. So last year, a petition representing 125 members from the Drakensberg was handed over to highlight the impact of lockdown and the loss of 2,041 jobs in our area. The socioeconomic impacts would be huge. There would be increased unemployment, greater dependency on state, and possibly an increase in crime. And while there has been some recovery, we do find that the tourism workers are still unemployed, or many of them must remain on short time. The foreign markets remain mostly closed, and we remain on many red lists. And while we are most appreciative of the domestic markets and the wonderful support we have enjoyed, we find that the market is saturated and there are endless rate cuts, and it has become fiercely competitive. And sadly, this is not really sustainable in the longer term. Right, we can move on to slide 3. Thank you. Just wrapping up on that note there. Supply chains remain disrupted, and this is much deeper than just food and beverage, and it extends to the basket weavers, the private hiking guides, and the more vulnerable members of this great industry. The longer term negative effects that we have seen is that skills development is an incredibly important area. And this is cut because businesses are under threat. Training just doesn't take preference at the moment. This includes the hosting of university students during the high season periods and the hosting of municipal students to complete their internships. Product development also becomes a problem. Lack of business results in the actual product becoming more tired and as a result less appealing. Our mission is to attract tourists and to wow them. The closing of hotels and the reopening have enormous costs attached. After months of total closure, reopening is expensive with massive maintenance challenges. Key infrastructure has also been neglected. In our area, we just mentioned the incredible amphitheatre, a massive landmark and a national treasure. The chain ladders have been under construction for 2 years and counting. And our roads are our vital access. Less taxes collected means less resources are invested in. The R74 is in a shocking condition. This is the alternate route to the N3, and between the towns of Winterton and Bergville, it is just simply dangerous. Conservation efforts. The Drakensberg is a vital water source for South Africa and also a World Heritage Site. These pristine environments must be conserved and preserved. Caring for natural spaces takes investment, and this won't be done without businesses operating optimally. Not only does this include the wildlife and the rock art sites, but it also looks at path maintenance and alien eradication. Social investment. The tourism sector, and possibly particularly ours, because we are located in a rural area, has always invested in the local communities through CSR programs. This is something that businesses do when they're operating well, but it's probably one of the first places that costs are culled. The tragedy is that it is normally the upliftment of the most vulnerable in our society that then becomes jeopardized. Next slide. Today, we would really like to just create awareness around the plight of our industry and the countless South Africans in our industry that are suffering today. We are very appreciative of the stage, and we trust that the press will amplify our plight. We'd like to put forward some workable initiatives and solutions. First of all, to assist the sector to recover in the quickest way possible, and to try and work with knowledge at hand to prevent further lockdowns or to reduce the severity to the industry around future lockdowns. We'd like to promote drivers that will ensure a stronger return for the industry as a whole, be it easier border controls, better security in tourism regions, etc. And our request to Parliament today is to fast-track our report and to respond within 14 days. I now hand over to Chantel, who will give us further insight into the challenges experienced.
Chantel, you can proceed. Chantel?
Oh, I'm here. Hello?
Yes, proceed.
Okay.
Can I
protocols
ask, before that, Chantel, can I ask the person with Galaxy Tab to rename the gadget and also mute his or microphone on? Ne? And then can I also ask somebody called Chavang as well? Chavang's microphone is on and it's very disruptive. Fiona, mute your microphone as well. And then can we only allow Chantal's microphone to be on, please? Galaxy Tab, who's Galaxy Tab? I've been asking this person to rename the gadget. I will finally ask the secretary to remove the person. Can I get clarity who's Galaxy Tab, please? Who's the person using Galaxy Tab A? Can the person respond to me? Welcome, Honorable Kavanchava. Welcome to the meeting. We know you are not well, but welcome. Thanks for joining.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay. Galaxy tab. It's good when you keep quiet, but when your microphone is on and then it's disrupting the meeting, it becomes so unbearable. Chantal, you can proceed now. Welcome, Honorable
Thank
Hadebe.
you.
Proceed. I was just welcoming my other colleague,
protocol.
Hadebe. Proceed, Chantal.
Okay.
Chantal. Yes.
With all protocols observed, I'm going to start with the effects that the lockdown has had on small business. Can we move to the next slide, please? With the late night announcement of adjusted level 4 lockdown, most establishments had already purchased perishable stock and kitchen essentials for restaurants. The sudden immediate closure resulted in losses to the establishments, as most were unable to recover these costs. In anticipation of a busy July school holiday, most establishments purchased alcohol stock as well, and unable to on-sell the stock meant further losses to the business. Staff had to contend with immediate layoffs, short time, and retrenchments. With Gauteng closed for leisure travel, the supply of guests to KZN came to a dramatic and immediate halt, with cancellations en masse and establishments incurring further losses to refund guests. The government has tried its best to assist staff with the TERS payments over the lockdown period. Unfortunately, the limited capacity of the Labour Department to deliver on this and provide timeless payments led to much strained relationships between employer and employees. As a result, many good staff were lost through attrition, as they could not wait any longer for payments. Many establishments assisted with advances as much as was possible, but could not sustain this arrangement. The limitations on the passengers traveling in taxis to not more than 70% meant that much staff transport was stopped to the area, as taxi drivers felt it was not profitable to run the taxis for such a limited few, meaning that most staff could not get to work. The closing of all restaurants under adjusted level 4 meant that establishments that did have some guests that had already checked in prior to the announcement could not open their in-house restaurants for meals for these guests. Neither could these guests go to any restaurants in the area, as all were closed, resulting in guests being forced to again cancel and leave. The sale of alcohol on Monday to Thursday, but prohibited on the weekends, had a negative impact once again on the establishments. Although these regulations may be reasonable in urban areas, these restrictions proved to be an obstacle to establishments in the outer line rural tourism areas. In understanding the reasons for the banning of alcohol to alleviate pressure on trauma and remove pressure from hospitals to prevent transmission of the disease, banning alcohol as an enforced blanket ban across the country was not the correct approach. Establishments in the rural tourism areas with in-house restaurants where guests can only return to their rooms after alcohol consumption would not have added to the pandemic or caused further pressure or trauma to hospitals. The delay in opening vaccines to everyone to attain herd immunity, especially to the 18 to 35-year age group, which only opens in September, is yet another impact on establishments. This group are the hikers and bikers, the outdoor guests that are attracted to the spacious area of the Drakensberg. Without vaccinations, we saw the huge drop in the guest numbers in this age category. The locked borders for international travel to South Africa is still a problem. Although understandable given the ever-rising numbers of COVID and the new COVID waves, one cannot emphasize enough the losses to livelihoods with the absenteeism of the annual 10 to 15 million international tourists to the South African market. In my opinion, in understanding the severity of the pandemic, most of the restrictions would have been workable if it was not enforced as a one-shoe-size-fits-all approach. More consultation with the CTOs, which is the community tourism organizations, and establishments on the ground, better communication would have seen better cooperation with all with a greater understanding. Next slide, please. So the relief that we seek, relief packages for small business in tourism, applying for the COVID loans from banks with the banks using stringent lending criteria which have to be repaid over 60 months, gets establishments more into financial difficulty. Establish COVID credit lines without the red tape to help establishments with operating expenses, especially for establishments to pay Eskom and rates. Although not part of the lockdown regulations, Eskom has given little or no leeway to struggling establishments and continues to disconnect power unless immediate payments are made, or forces establishments to commit under duress to repayment terms that they cannot afford or face disconnection. With appreciation to government for the TERS relief for the staff, there is no relief for the owners of these establishments. The owners, too, have also personal expenses and livelihoods to see to. Most have had a 70% and above drop in income and cannot survive. Women in tourism small business face greater barriers, perhaps a fiscal stimulus package for women in business as part of the tourism recovery process. Next slide, please. We appreciate that we can all trade off the 2020 licenses, but a moratorium for this current year licenses as well should be considered. Currently, the grants that are offered are difficult to get with much red tape. The process of application is tedious with much delay as the process to appoint adjudicators is slow. Even now, the KZN Tourism Fund that opened in March for applications has still not been processed, apparently due to the slowness in appointing adjudicators. 5 months later, with no financial support, the already struggling establishments cannot possibly hope to pay operating expenses and still remain in business. The collapse of international guests has highlighted the need for diversification to promote domestic tourism. This has forced many establishments to become resilient and refocus their efforts and marketing strategies without income to do so. Perhaps a marketing stipend to be provided to each CTO from the government or Department of Tourism for these CTOs to market their establishments on a micro level. No one can market your own area better than ourselves. On a macro brand South African level, the tourism industry needs to market to international travelers that yes, we are open for travel, with no quarantine and no PCR test if you are vaccinated. Does South Africa need to insist on a PCR test for international travelers if they have already been vaccinated? We recommend a relaxation of this rule to urgently open up international travel. High tourist areas should be given priority for vaccinations, like ours, which is based at the World Heritage Site of the Drakensberg. Government and tourism need to work hand in hand to curb the high unemployment rate. Aside from TERS for existing employees, we need to address the unemployment that is on the rise in our country. We emphasize on increasing employment in the tourism industry by perhaps considering an employment grant rather than an unemployment grant, with the grant contributing at least up to 50% of the minimum wage for new employees from disadvantaged backgrounds to assist owners to employ further staff and thereby decrease the unemployment rate. I thank you and hand over to Steve McQuay.
Okay, Steve, you can proceed.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members, all protocols observed. Thank you for giving us this time to address you. We're an independent property and I'm presenting our particular situation. Much of the hospitality industry is in a more dire situation, particularly the SMMEs and the events industry. We operate Champagne Sports Resort in the central Drakensberg, a hotel and timeshare resort with 152 rooms and 93 chalets. We employ 306 staff members. We have an average of 10 dependents per employed person in our rural area, so we support about 3,000 people's livelihoods. Prior to the lockdown, the industry employed 725,000 people, with this extending to 1.5 million, including indirect employment. Firstly, we understand the need for the lockdowns that we've seen, and we support the scientific approach taken, and we appreciate they've undoubtedly saved lives. The hospitality sector, associated service providers, and the events industry have, however, been some of the unfortunate victims of these measures. The effects on our staff have been the most significant. Our staff are either on reduced salaries or on short working time in line with the rest of the industry. We're providing as many shifts as possible and supplementing with leave pay to assist in keeping salaries at a reasonable monthly level. However, our intermittent employees that normally rely on conferences are only able to work during the few busy leisure periods. TERS was hugely beneficial in assisting staff with the level of income during the hard lockdown. However, we're still awaiting TERS payments or are unable to lodge claims for the periods from the 15th of September last year, as is the case with many in the industry. We have not retrenched any staff. Apart from our personal concern for their welfare, we need all our staff and the skills they've accumulated with us to recover from the pandemic and the associated lockdowns. Our primary goals have been to survive through the lockdown, to remain solvent, and to pay our staff as close to full salaries as possible. Our decrease in occupancy for last year was 74%, in line with most of the rest of our industry, including the Soho-Sun Hotels Group, SA's largest operator and the owner of our property. This has led to a reduction in revenue of 66%, which has been mitigated by having timeshare guests on site, which contributed some additional revenue. And for the current year, we forecast a probable reduction in occupancy of about 40% compared to pre-lockdown levels. The most promising factor to come out of this is that we've been able to replace a part of our conference market with increased leisure guests, which bodes well for the domestic leisure market going forward. The meetings, conferences, and events market has been particularly affected. Champagne Sports Resort relies on the conference market for 60% of its occupancy, but we've been able to replace some of this with leisure guests. The gathering numbers are the main impediment to the MICE market. We do understand the rationale in the current phase of the pandemic in preventing super spreader events, though. Business travel doesn't form a large part of our occupancy, but the reduction in business travel has had a huge impact on the business nodes of the major metros, with many large hotels in Gauteng, Cape Town, and EThekwini still closed due to a lack of demand, causing large job losses. Next slide, please, Madam Secretary. We do not have a large, so that's the Soho Hotels Group's occupancy reduction down to about 12%, which is very similar to our own. Next slide, please, Madam Secretary. We don't have a large international market, but the industry has seen a 73% drop in international arrivals over the past year. While this has been slowly recovering, SA being on the red list for travel from most of our source markets has limited significant growth in this market. This has resulted in increased competition domestically for a limited market and put increased pressure on tariffs for the remaining market. The recent unrest has undoubtedly increased negative perceptions internationally of our ability to maintain law and order in South Africa and raised fears of violent crime and anarchy among international travelers. Next slide, please. While the international market is slowly recovering, of the 198,000 tourists in December, 36,000 were from overseas compared to 256,000 in 2019. And in May, of the 50,000 tourists, only 315 were from overseas. There's been significant corporate social investment in the rural areas of the Drakensberg, with support for schools being one of our large focuses. Many of the conference groups supported these initiatives with funding and donations. These are continuing with our support, but require corporate support to be extended to more schools and projects. As one of the larger employers in our area, accommodation establishments also support the revenue of many supporting industries, from the coach businesses that bring in our delegates to the local food suppliers, coffee shops, adventure centers, guides, crafters, and entertainment venues, as well as the entire supply chain. The knock-on effects of the reduction in tourism are felt across the board, but most keenly by the smaller suppliers. We've received rental reductions and rescheduling since the lockdown period, which have enabled us to remain solvent during the past 16 months. Many property owners have taken the same approach and deserve some support for their efforts in keeping the industry alive. Next slide, please, Madam Secretary. In terms of the 3 pillars of the tourism sector recovery plan, we think there need to be some more specific interventions to protect and rejuvenate supply. Firstly, on the TERS program, staff members desperately need the backlog in TERS payments to be addressed with urgency. This is about effective implementation, not policy. An extension of the TERS program until December would assist many of the smaller operators to retain skilled staff and avoid retrenchments. If an extension to the TERS program is to be announced, it needs to be paid timeously to provide the intended relief when it is needed and to be paid directly to staff members as per the current July claims to avoid fraudulent claims. Industry-wide standard operating procedures are a problem. The industry is currently using a hybrid of the protocols recommended by the NICD, FedHasa, and the TBCSA. While the Department of Tourism has published the draft norms and standards for the tourism sector, this is urgent. The protocols need to be attractively packaged to give peace of mind to foreign travelers and used in all global marketing material to highlight the safety of our tourism sector. We need to support hotels, lodges, B&Bs, campsites, tour operators, guides, and community suppliers, which already exist and which provide the vast bulk of employment in the sector. It is essential to drive transformation and establish emerging tourism operators, but they will rely on the existing tourism infrastructure being in place to grow off. Of the 200 billion of COVID relief loans, only 18 billion was taken up due to the banks applying their usual lending criteria in spite of the government guarantees. If businesses are still not operating, they cannot service the debts that are now coming due. If we don't support the survival of SMMEs in the tourism sector, there may be none left to reopen. Consideration should be given to a tourism recovery package, similar to the response to the recent unrest in KZN and Gauteng. The business recovery package released by the Department of Small Business Development was based on a 60% grant, 40% loan, and gives up to 2 million in funding over a 60-month period at 5% interest. To reignite demand, until we're off the COVID red list internationally, opening borders does not help the tourism industry much, as travelers have to quarantine on their return. So the focus needs to be on lobbying governments to get us off the red lists. Until then, we need an awareness campaign about our protocols and publicizing the safety of our facilities. Once we get our vaccination levels up towards the end of this year, the focus could shift to the vaccination levels and re-establishing airlift capacity. Unless this is coordinated with the industry, with relevant offers and package deals, there may be little uptake. We need a collaborative effort between SA Tourism, the Department of Tourism, industry bodies, and the individual operators and support industries to relaunch successfully in what will be a very competitive global market. E-visas and rapid, streamlined COVID protocols at points of entry are also important to ensure that we're an easy destination to travel to. To strengthen enabling capacity, the focus of the stimulation of demand through government use of tourism facilities needs to also include rural establishments to give some stimulus to the outlying properties. At present, increased vaccinations are our only path out of the lockdown trap. We're going to have to live with COVID in our communities for a long time to come. There will most likely be a fourth wave later this year, hopefully mitigated by increased vaccinations. And we will need to find a more nuanced approach to restrictions and then find a way to escape the lockdown trap once hospitalization rates subside. We need to maintain and increase the momentum of the vaccination drive. We've seen great cooperation between the public and private sector to accelerate the rollout, but we need to get above 400,000 vaccinations per day to accelerate this. Most importantly, we need the Department of Health to accelerate and drive education to address vaccine hesitancy and misinformation. We are seeing amongst our staff that they've received wrong information via social media rather than traditional media. They're not anti-vaccines, they're wary of these particular vaccines and need to be persuaded. Use social media to spread the correct information on efficacy and safety. The Department of Health should also promote public-private partnerships in providing vaccine sites within communities and establish mobile vaccination stations, clinics, and vehicles to get into the areas where there's a disincentive to vaccinate due to travel distance. Next slide, please, Madam Secretary. Oh, sorry, previous slide. The industry body members, the TBCSA, FedHasa, etc., need to be consulted on the proposed lockdown measures to ensure that when they're gazetted, there's complete clarity on how it practically applies to the industry. There's been confusion on room occupancy levels versus public areas and what constitutes on-site dining, etc. The most important factor to reviving the MICE industry is an increase to 250-person events, following the proper protocols and social distancing, which would allow most conferencing to go ahead. A COVID pass system similar to the Excelsior Pass being used in New York at the moment, utilizing QR codes, would assist in enabling these events to go ahead. This would record either testing or vaccination status. All of these measures are urgent to save much of our industry and the many people it employs along the value chain. Honourable members, thank you for your time. May I now hand over to Fiona Brooke-Leggett, the owner of Champagne Shuttle and Coach Hire and chairperson of the Private Charter Passenger Association.
Thank you, Steve. Over to you, Fiona. Fiona, can we proceed, please?
Honourable Minister, all protocol observed. My name is Fiona Brooke-Leggett, chairperson of the Private Charter Passenger Association, or best known to the industry and media as the PCPA. I address yourselves in my capacity as chairperson of PCPA, as well as in my personal capacity as owner of Champagne Shuttle and Coach Hire in Gulf Kotu, South Africa. In addressing yourselves, I come to you with 5-star hospitality and event management experience, both in resorts in South Africa and international hotels in the UK since 1996, and combined experience of the luxury coach industry market since 2003. My experience has included arranging functions and events for the following icons, namely the late Nelson Mandela, the late Kingle Goodwill-Zwelithini, Premier Football League teams such as Manchester United, Arsenal, Tottenham, Newcastle, etc., and managing President Cyril Ramaphosa's transportation for the Khala Mashlante Foundation, and being MC to Princess Anne. In mentioning the above events I have personally managed in one or another form, none would have been possible without a professional coach and bus industry, ensuring the drivers had exceptional credentials and experience, ensuring best practice for international VIPs throughout the world or for our everyday visitors to our beautiful country. If I can ask you to move on, that is the correct slide, apologies. The PCPA is representative of over 75 members nationally, who are all in possession of tourism and charter permits and who operate luxury and semi-luxury vehicles. Without ensuring these operators and drivers are available, tourists will not receive the same experience on visiting South Africa and being looked after by a professional specialized transport sector, and may result in tourism facing a further problem with visitors having a negative experience when the specialized division within the transportation and tourism sector is no longer, as international tourists and conference delegates have no other way of traveling to accommodation venues throughout our beautiful country. The PCPA specifically represent private, non-subsidized, non-route tourism and charter permit coach operators. These operators have all contributed to the fiscus immensely, with zero government support via route or scholar subsidized contracts. For example, an operator such as myself paid 960,000 Rand at the end of February for 2020 for usage of roads for the next 12 months for my fleet, and subsequently ended up paying an additional 480,000 in July in 2020, because a coach is required to obtain a COF, Certificate of Roadworthiness and Fitness, every 6 months, despite not utilizing the roads. Next slide, please, Madam Secretary. Some of the devastating effects of lockdown on our members have been the following. Since the start of lockdown on the 26th of March 2020, the lockdown regulations prohibited tourism charter permit holders from using and utilizing the roads, as there were no international tourists, sporting events, and school excursions have been cancelled and have not yet been able to resume. Subsequently, no income has been generated and there has not been any formal support towards the operators' daily operational costs, which continue regardless whether we're operating or not. To date, there has been no support from government in regard to licensing and permit fee relief, and these operators still have had to pay full licensing fees up front, whilst not making use of the roads and obtaining a cent with regards to revenue, and whilst accruing compound penalties and interest because they cannot afford to pay for their license fees. With no income, operators are unable to make payments on bank loans, and banks are not being able to differentiate between the different types of operators, these namely being the subsidized operators that receive a monthly retainer by the government regardless whether the schools are open or closed with regard to the scholar contracts, or your route operators, which are also heavily subsidized by the government. With no projected income due to the fact that work is charter-based, it is also impossible to supply banks with a projected income statement. Hence, operators are unable to obtain or apply for any bank relief. All the above has caused mass unemployment in our industry. The next slide, please. Thank you, Madam Secretary. For comparison, a normal personal car license is around 882 Rand per year, as compared to a coach license that amounts to around 52,000 Rand per year per bus, dependent on which province you are based in, as an operating expense to generate an income. Taking just 38 of the members' details, I can confirm that in the first 9 months of lockdown, the Department of Transportation countrywide received over 9.15 million in prepaid license fees from only 38 members, and this figure after 18 months is now standing at nothing short of 18.3 million for non-use of the road due to restrictions with our buses being parked off in our depots. Despite no cash flow going on 18 months, operators are continuing to be charged on an ongoing basis license fees as well as penalties and interest on a compound basis. If one day late, we are charged the fee of a full month on a compounded monthly basis, despite having paid for utilization of the road 12 months in advance and not having access to utilize it with the lockdown restrictions. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Here are some interventions the Department of Tourism can assist ourselves within the next 14 days. Namely, number one, offer support to Director General Mumi in the immediate finalization of the rebate in time in lieu on the license fees that we prepaid prior to the 26th of March 2020 up and until to date, as agreed by all provincial bodies that I addressed with regards to the provincial departments of transport in February by getting the legal department to gazette this information immediately as a state of urgency. Number two, you could assist ourselves in urging the Gauteng Department of Licensing to join all other provincial departments of licensing in assisting the operators' survival. Number three, you could assist with reimbursing all operators with the license fees, penalties, and interest they have paid in time in lieu on their license discs. Number four, you could ensure an immediate mandate is granted, preventing any further license fees, penalties, and interest on holders of charter and tourism permit sector license holders until the international tourism and major large-scale events revert back to normal. 5, negotiate internationally to remove South Africa off the red zone that South Africa has been tarnished with by speeding up vaccination in this country. 6, treat the coach operators like the airline operators, i.e., no airline restrictions on seating capacity is given, unlike the 70% restriction capacity imposed on the vehicle operators. 7. Implement all options we have given to government in 4 different legal papers we have sent the Minister of Transport, Minister of Tourism, and the Presidency, and thus being able to assist those operators that are still alive and therefore resurrect our industry, and at least give a response to the legal documents we have sent regarding ideas of assisting our sector for the past 18 months to date on the 26th of this month. 8. Nationalize licensing fees throughout the country, so all provincial departments stop charging different fees to operate on the road, with KZN and the Northern Cape being one of the most expensive in the country, and one set of rules and regulations for the entire country instead of all the provincial entities having their own rules and regulations. 9. Allow myself to facilitate PCPA members, coaches, working with Director General Mumi from the Department of Transportation and the Department of Health by pushing out portable vaccination cubicles with the coaches that have been sitting for 18 months, by taking the vaccine to the people and not the people to the vaccine, and by helping these terribly affected coach operators whilst helping the Department of Health getting the vaccination out quickly throughout the country to all areas. So we may be able to open up and be an effective tourism destination again. I have a complete presentation on the number of coaches I have available, as well as the amount of packs we could get vaccinated per day throughout the country if the Department of Transport and Tourism are prepared to assist ourselves in working with the Department of Health. Next slide, please, Madam Secretary. In closing, without our sector surviving, the international tourism sector will never fully recover if we are not given a lifeline. Without the intervention in time and lieu towards the 18.5 million from our 38 members, excluding penalties and interest that have accrued, that the PCPA members have paid towards non-use of the roads, the country will stand to lose far more than 18.5 million in all sectors that will not recover without ourselves servicing the tourism, sporting, and conference industry in the future. I would like to give special thanks to Director General Alex Mumi for his ongoing assistance towards the organization in bringing the licensing issue to finality, I hope, in the not too distant future. I thank you, Honourable Ministers, for your time today. Now please assist ourselves to help keep our sector alive. Show our industry that Honourable President Ramaphosa's mandate and call to the private sector business of this country being an integral part in the rebuilding of our economy is valid and not just lip service. I thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. You thanking the honorable members of parliament for listening to you, not the ministers. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close off for us now, Honourable Chair. That's possible.
Proceed.
Thank you. So we're on to the next slide, please. So what are the solutions that we see as a collective? And I think the most important thing is that we vaccinate. This needs to be our top industry priority. We need assistance to educate our staff and our communities about the efficacy of the vaccine. We need to take the vaccine to the people. With 300 buses, we were to administer approximately 175 vaccines a day. That means we would have an additional 52,000 vaccines happening. And as an industry, we'd like to work together. We need to be moved off the red list. We need to make sure we are a choice destination once more. We have open spaces, we have sunshine, we have much to offer. And we need a strong marketing drive to bolster foreign travel. Next slide, please. And we would request from the press that there's more positive news out there than negative. Next slide. Next slide. Thank you. Sorry, one back. I'm on to the third point, which is to fast track the TERS payments. We need to continue to help those that remain unemployed and to assist those who are working short term. And we would like government to please commit to this until the end of December 2021. We also ask that the departments collaborate, the Department of Health, the Department of Tourism, and the Department of Transport. And we need to try and provide relief wherever possible. Offer COVID credit lines for rates and utilities, place a moratorium on licenses, extend liquor licenses and operating passenger licenses because we have not been able to trade. And we request that we are consulted as an industry when there are further lockdowns. We are in this together and we need to work together. Allow vaccinated people to partake in conferences and events. Insist on a digital QR code for vaccination passports for delegates so that we can all trade effectively. And we need to provide funding to local CTOs to encourage rural tourism developmental programs. Let's develop authentic experiences and build travel responsibly. We request that we drive development together while protecting an industry that has so much to offer. It's a great source of employment and it actually showcases the best of South Africa's warm hospitality. Essentially, there is so much to gain. We thank you all for your time and thank you very much for this platform. Thank you. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Okay. Siyabonga kakhulu, Megan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we then remove the presentation? Okay. Tamba, I'm told you are the leader of the delegation, but DDG Tau is here as the head of the National Disaster Management Center. Can we hand over to you so that you respond to most of the issues as raised, Dr. Tau? I'll let Tamba speak after you then, if there's anything you want to say as well. Dr. Tau?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good day to you, Honorable Chair, to all honorable members, and all the attendees and all my colleagues. Thank you for drawing our attention to this matter. I have indeed been listening attentively as the petition was tabled. I'll personally take it as a contribution to enriching the processes of responding to the COVID challenge, which affects all of us in the country. Chairperson, and with your leadership, we hope that we'll be able to emerge out of this meeting with some concrete actions that we'll put in place to get our leadership to attend to these matters and arrive at a workable solution. Chairperson, I think from my side, what I'm picking up is that the issues are quite wide-ranging. They are not just limited to one sector. They are wide-ranging and they are multi-sectoral in nature, implying that COCTA is still a relevant entity to be presented with those issues so that we can then work on a process of getting them to be addressed. I just have 4 categories of the issues that I could read. Firstly, they revolve around the regulatory arrangements in dealing with COVID. Secondly, the vaccination processes, how it becomes an enabler for recovery and development. Thirdly, the support package, how we should ensure that the support interventions are also responsive and targeted and fit for purpose. And lastly, the economic recovery measures, how the tourism sector can contribute to that. So in terms of responding to the issues directly, I'll start off with just a conceptual framework for implementing the disaster management function. Firstly, that a disaster management function is a multi-sectoral function which is only achieved through the contribution of various role players and stakeholders. So as the department, we provide a platform for all the sectors to contribute their measures that they need to put in place in order to contain the spread of COVID. Based on that conceptual framing, Chairperson, we get to the issue of why a declaration was necessary. And I'm saying this in an attempt to respond to some of the issues that have been raised. A declaration was necessary in order to enable sectors, sector departments to activate their contingency arrangements that are necessary to augment the provisions of their pieces of legislation to deal with the occurrence. So the implication is that as COCTA, we provide a platform, but the actual measures will come from different sectors that are affected by COVID, and by extension have to put in place regulatory measures, one of which will be tourism, employment and labor, health in terms of vaccination, and so on and so on, economic recovery measures, DTIC and all other departments that are led by the economic cluster. So, and then to give effect to this process that we follow is that the sector departments are part of what we call the net joints, a National Joint Intelligence Coordinating Committee. So they are part of that, and tourism is one of them, health is one of them. So every week or every second week these days, we compile reports based on inputs from all the sectors, and then the reports with recommendations will then go to the National Coronavirus Command Council, after which they will then be recommended to Cabinet. And once Cabinet has made a decision, our Minister, Honorable Dlamini Zuma, will then convene a meeting of the regulations, IMC or Intergovernmental Committee on Disaster Management, to finalize the regulations. So I'm just painting this process so that we can also have an appreciation of the fact that the decisions are not just made by one minister, they are made by a collective, having been initiated at technical level to our cabinet structure, which is the NCCC, and by finally the cabinet itself to make a decision. So based on the vastness of the issues that have been made, I would like to propose the following options as possible course of action, subject to further guidance and inputs of Mr. Fosi, who is leading us today. The four options are the following. Firstly, that the sector be encouraged to approach the DG of tourism to table the issues so that the Department of Tourism can then process the issues through the net joints for incorporation and implementation. So that could be the first option. Linked to that is that we can accept the submission, Chair, and then we as COCTA can refer it to the net joints for attention of the relevant work stream, which will also include Department of Tourism. I would have preferred the first one because we might all be aware that the norms and standards for the tourism sector under COVID have been adopted. And of course, the regulations have also been amended to currently operate within alert level 3 regime, which in a way are already addressing some of the issues. The vaccination issue has been now being ramped up. Supply of vaccine it's relatively satisfactory, and the rollout we can see is at a very escalated or accelerated stage. So we might then have to look at those dynamics when we decide to take the matter forward. The third option is that the petitioners may also be advised to engage the relevant portfolio committee, which is tourism, so that there can also be further inputs and refinements before the issues are finally submitted. Lastly, we can also advise that because the norms and standards for tourism sector under COVID have been approved, we should advise that all role players should familiarize themselves with the norms and standards and identify whether there's still a need to make further submissions or whether most of the issues would have been covered there. I suppose they would not have been covered in that the issue of vaccination and others will still fall outside the realm of the norms and standards, but we can always accommodate inputs that come through the net joints for onward processing. So, Chairperson, thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members, and everyone in attendance, and that is a submission that one would like to make at this stage. Thank you very much.
Okay. Mr. Fosi, as the DDG's rep, is there anything that you want to raise? Because there are issues that Dr. Tau said subject to you confirming them as you are representing the DG in this meeting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Good morning also to the members of the petitioners who are here. And thanks for the presentation. I think, Chair, I won't necessarily repeat what Dr. Tau has proposed, but just maybe to also contextualize some of the issues as part of the process that he's proposing, that we will need to identify, based on the presentations made, identify those immediate issues that require sort of attention in the context of the relief measures and the support that already government is providing. There are quite a number of those sort of issues that require urgent attention that have been raised. And then also, secondly, to look at how do we take forward the proposals that the colleagues are making. For example, how we ramp up the vaccination drive, which are concrete proposals which government will need to sort of apply itself to those proposals. So these two areas I'm raising, we will need then from our side, as Dr. Tau was proposing, look at how we then bring these matters to the attention of the net joints, and where we'll then ensure that all the affected departments, tourism, transport, health, and so on, are able to also express themselves concretely in terms of how they're responding to this. Even other departments like labor and so on, which are responsible for providing these relief measures. So in that context, I think it gives us one sort of space for us to bring all of those departments and ensure that there's a coherent response that can be provided. Then the second one, Chair, I think I would frame it as sort of medium to long term, although the medium would start by looking also at some of the immediate. So there's the district development model approach that President has introduced, and one of the areas that we're looking at in the development of the one plans of these districts is the development of an economic recovery plan. By design, that economic recovery plan must be informed by all of government contributions and commitments. So what is the district and its local municipalities contributing? What is the provincial government contributing to the economic recovery, including those critical national sector departments? So that the economic recovery plan, it becomes an implementable plan that we can hold those sectors accountable for their commitments that they've made to that district. So departments of tourism, economic development departments in the province and other provincial sector departments would have plans in terms of how, for example, they want to deal with the whole sort of tourism sector in this area, including the issue of infrastructure. They've made mention of the roads that are difficult to travel and so on. These roads are critical issues in terms of the infrastructure maintenance. We've amended our municipal infrastructure grant conditions to allow for 10% now for maintenance, repairs and maintenance. We've also allowed for 5% for assets management planning. And these are measures that we have introduced to try and assist municipalities to deal with some of the perennial challenges around infrastructure that is collapsing and aging. But of course, I think what I appreciate with the petitioners, Chair, it's the commitment to also collaborate and work with government in these areas. I think we need to ensure that we strengthen that, because the district development model, it's really meant to be not just a government process, but ensure that we bring all the critical stakeholders. And the sector that we are discussing today is one of the critical sectors in terms of driving growth, economic growth in this area. So it is an area that should be prioritized as a critical sort of lever for creation of job opportunities, but also impacting on poverty in the area. Chair, those would be my sort of two inputs. But I think as Dr. Tau was proposing, let's take it forward through those structures. But from our side, working with the province, I see also the provincial colleagues are here. We can then ensure that in the one plans, we can look at the economic recovery plans, because all districts across the country have been asked to develop these economic recovery plans. But to assess the credibility of those plans, whether are they responding to the immediate challenges, and then are they funded, and then assess those commitments that are made. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, DDG Fosi. Can then I allow Ms. Makanya Funi to say something in response with regard to the provincial government's view on these matters?
Thank you, Chairperson. We are noting the presentation that has been made by all representatives of the petitioners, and we are also committing to work with our national counterparts in terms of the response that has been provided by colleagues from DCOC. We will be in touch. From this meeting, we will produce a report that is going to serve to the internal executive meeting with the intention of roping in the Department of Tourism in the province, and also setting up stakeholder engagements that are going to be fast-tracked, because the issue has been raised and it deserves agency. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Makanya. I'm going to allow members now to interact with the presentation. But I think before that, the reason why this petition is sent to us, Dr. Tau and the DDG Fosi and Ms. Makanya, is because as this portfolio committee, we are responsible for the National Disaster Management Act. And we have been here as a consequence of those regulations that the department has promulgated. And then I'm raising it in response to the options that Dr. Tau has proposed. And looking back at when this matter was referred to the speaker, it was September 2020. It's almost a year. And I should think on our part, Dr. Tau will be failing on our oversight responsibilities as members of the parliament if we were to take these petitioners back and forth. I'm trying to raise this issue to say, we must send them to approach the DG of tourism. I think that matter is out already. Also, the issue of us to address the matters to the PC of tourism, that matter is out. Then one is amenable with the proposition that we have already accepted this submission, DDG Dr. Tau, as the portfolio committee. So the best one, I think it will be option number 2, that we will give you this mandate as this portfolio committee, so that you submit this to the net joints, including also this number, option number 4, to say, with regard to the norms and standards, maybe that's what we'll ask the petitioner to further give us information to say, what is it that the norms and standard that has been developed post now the latest regulation by the Department of Tourism that doesn't address their issues. That's the issue that we are amenable with, to say they can raise that so that we can again submit that to you, Dr. Tau, so that we can raise it through the net joints. That's the direction that I wanted to give the meeting, but let's, in response to what you have said. Otherwise, then, remember, when people bring matters to parliament, they are saying, Parliament, you are our last hope. It's after when people have exhausted all internal remedies. I think there's been engagements, not speaking on their behalf, and one left them to also comment, but up to the point when this thing is submitted to parliament, it's after all efforts have been made, and then the petitioners are not getting any joy. That's why we have convened all of you here now to come to the meeting, though we can see that there are those others that has been omitted moving forward, but I think in line with our recommendation, we'll be specific what needs to happen moving forward. I've seen the hand of Honorable Brink. He's going to be followed by Honorable Groenewald. Then it will be Honorable Spies in that order. Over to you, Honorable Brink.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. I raise to support the point that you've made about the options that we have, and I think it would not be very fair or productive for us to refer the petitioners back to the DG of a particular department, be that tourism, but also transport, because a transport issue was also raised, Chairperson. I think it would be far more helpful if we can refer a concise set of suggestions to NAT joints directly, or to the National Coronavirus Command Council, and that be dealt with there in a transversal manner, especially given that the difficulties here arise from the declaration of a state of national disaster. Chairperson, I'm not going to speak on all of the issues raised. I always try and look for concrete proposals when petitioners appear before us. I think that's the most helpful to start with. And Chair, if I can ask the Secretariat goes to the presentation, I think it was slide number 24. If we can just flight that slide, Chairperson.
Do that, Shirin, slide 24. Andile. Can we deal with that?
There it is, Chairperson. As I was saying, I always look for concrete proposals when petitioners appear before us. Chairperson, in the presentation made by the association here, this seems to me to be one of the most compelling points, and that is that a bus operator who renewed their license and their license fees on the 25th of March, the day before the lockdown was declared first, and before the restriction on business had its impact. That small business, or that business, that operator, paid in advance but could not operate in order to generate a revenue, in order to offset those fees. So they paid that in advance, fully expecting to be able to do business. Now, I think the scenario painted on this slide, as I mentioned, is quite compelling. It calls for relief because, as I understood the petitioner who presented this part, these are businesses that do not receive any particular support from government. They paid their fees in advance. They couldn't do business. And I think it would be only fair if a particular point is referred to Nat Joints and to the Coronavirus Command Council. It is the plea that a rebate be given to
Recording stopped.
Particular category of license holders who paid 12 months in advance, but then were not able to operate, Chairperson. And I think it would be most welcome if Dr. Tau can perhaps speak to this, as well as to the point that you have made, that to send the petitioners back to the respective departments, because I think this would be transport, it wouldn't be tourism. So you'd have to send them back to several departments. Would not be fair, and it would be most welcome if the Disaster Management Center can take this up through the appropriate structures. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Brink. Can I allow Honorable Groenewald to take the platform? Honorable Groenewald.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, if it's fine, if I can still keep my camera off.
It's okay, as long as we're seeing a picture from you. Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to agree with the way forward that you proposed, but I want also, Chairperson, in terms of the petition we received, there's few departments being, can I say, affected by these proposals, and I think we as corporate governance has also a responsibility to combine the workings of government and to make sure that they do not work in silos, and especially tourism. Tourism cuts through all departments, Chairperson, and my proposal will be is for us to formulate a good input to the NCC, is to get all of these departments in one meeting and say, okay, this is the proposals, how do we plan, and then we as a portfolio committee can have great input and send through to the NCC. So, Chairperson, my proposal will be is that we set aside a date where we and the other departments, DDGs, can meet. Let's call it in Durban or a conference or whatsoever, because this is real issues and it has future implications, not only in immediate effect and not only in KwaZulu-Natal, but through all over South Africa. And I think if we can organize as a committee a type of platform where all of these people can raise their concerns, where all the departments are present, so that we do not work, can I say, in silos, so that we can work together. Chairperson, but that will be my proposal to the committee as well. Thank you so much.
Proposal accepted. Noted this one. Honorable Spies, over to you. Then you'll be followed by Honorable Mkalipi, Honorable Treza, and then Honorable Liz.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, colleagues. Thank you to the petitioners for very concise and comprehensive report and also solutions. Chair, without taking too much time, I have partly been covered by some of the matters raised by my colleague. Both my colleagues. So I just want to say the following, Chairperson. When Dr. Tau explained the process of regulating and what process is going, the process that unfolds once that has been decided. Be as it may, one understands that things must happen and there must be processes. The reality, Chairperson, is that there is no sort of clear, indication from officials as to what really happens on the ground, and that's why we have petitioners from various areas and various industries coming to us, because the actual impact of things on the ground and what they are experiencing is very different from what is decided at the top. Now, we have these restrictions. We must live with it. The reality is that we are in the 8th month of the year. There's 4 months left. This particular industry must prepare for the season on hand, also not knowing what will unfold, what will the 4th wave be. So for me, I want to say, and I want to support my colleagues, is there is no time for us to have endless going back and forward meetings to different departments. As much as that may happen, there is an urgency. We are talking about an area amongst many areas in this country that are one of the most iconic tourism attractions in the country. And if it fails, we as a country also are affected. It's not a particular province only. And so there must be a sense of urgency. And I think
recording in progress.
You have touched on it very specifically, that there is no time for us to go back and forward. The petitioners themselves have put together quite a few practical, very short-term solutions. And if we can respond to that, and as Megan has alluded to in the beginning, they're giving us 14 days or 2 weeks to come back to them. We can have some quick wins in this regard, Chairperson, if there is a definite sense of urgency in addressing an industry that is very important to us as a country. Thank you, Chairperson. Oh, sorry, Chair, I just wanted to mention the issue of the vaccine sites or the coaches being used, to me, is also a very proactive one, and one should explore that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Spies. Honorable Mkalipi will be followed by Honorable Sheza, then Honorable Liz, in that order. Over to you, Honorable Mkalipi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to align myself with your proposal. I think it also guides us as the committee. As I think we must move with that guidance, Chairperson. But also, Chair, because what has been presented to us, it's also some of the information that I have been raised here, it's a very disturbing information. For instance, on the first page, on the broad overview by Megan, when she is mentioning that 2,041 tourism staff were laid off in rural area with higher than average unemployment. So that is the line that also catch my attention, Chairperson, of which, if we are talking about unemployment that is taking place in the country. So now the reason why they are here is because we are the committee that also deals with disaster. But in a nutshell, Chairperson, when I was listening to, I don't know what is the capacity of Ms. Futi, when I was listening to her commenting after we gave her a chance to speak, she just said that no, she's taking notes and she will come back with some of the ideas from the industry. So I wanted to check, Chairperson, is the petitioners, did they also engage with the Department of Tourism or in the province as well, or they just shoot straight to us? If they did, what happened? Why they have decided, because Chair was correctly saying that the petitioners, they decided to come to us because we are the last resort. And we have been also dealing with other petitioners from the whole country, because at some point, most of the time, we are dealing with what is happening on municipality level. So therefore, normally what we do when we receive some kind of a petition from petitioners, we also want the sphere of government that needs to come and account as well. So I'm asking for the purpose of getting an understanding if they did try to engage with some of the stakeholders, the Department of Tourism, or they didn't. And as well as Chair, I think if you want to also to build this economy, it's unfortunately that we also as COCTA Portfolio Committee, we also come to discuss these important issues that also includes employment in the country, which is one of the major challenges that we are facing with. It's because of this disaster that we are facing with, which is COVID-19. But the fact of the matter, Chairperson, is that even before COVID-19, the high unemployment is there in the country. And tourism is one of the sector that needs to create employment. And it needs to be transformed. It can't be, Chair, that at this time, after 28 years or 27 years of democracy, we still experience a particular sector and a particular race in South Africa who are dominating one industry. It means this gap between the rich and the poor is still going to continue to be like this. As we see now, the petitioners are all of one race. And you begin to ask yourself, Chair, as to what is the department doing? The department that is relevant to tourism. Why is we still have to have this kind of a challenge in South Africa? It means that if COVID-19 if COVID-19 was not one of the challenges that you are experiencing on a daily basis, so we are not going to be told how is the transformation that is going to take place. And for sure, as we sympathize with what is happening, and we also want to say we are also been grateful because they are coming with some of the solutions in their presentation, but let us look on the issue of transformation. We can't continue like this in South Africa, Chair. It can't be. It means this issue and these challenges of unemployment is still going to be with us forever if you are not going to confront some of these issues. As much as we are a Parliament of South Africa, but some of the things we must call it a spade with a spade, and it must not. We must not just pretend as if everything is fine. The second point that I want to raise, Chair, I remember the minister who's the Minister of Human Settlement. I remember during this period there was some announcement, or there was a pending issue regards to funds that seeks to also to help in this industry, which is a tourism industry. And there was pending issue. It was all over the media when she was defending. saying that no, there is money that seeks to help those people who are in this industry. But I want to also get a clarity from the petitioners. Did they also try to get those funds from the department, and what happened to them? So even if the chair is also guiding us in terms of the way forward, we need to have a depth of what is happening in this industry in a nutshell, Chairperson, because COVID, yes, is still a problem to us, to all of us, to the whole world, but at some point we are going to defeat this pandemic. So therefore, we are still going to go back of what we have experienced. For instance, this issue of race, who are still dominating this industry in our democracy. So all those things, Chairperson, it must be addressed without fear or favor. Thanks very much, Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Mkalipi. I think the next speaker should be Honorable Kleza.
No,
Over
thank
to
you very much, Chair.
Kleza.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I thank my colleague, Honorable Mkalipi. She took the words out of my mouth. It's like she was watching me over a hawk's eye on my preparations here, Chairperson.
Didn't you caucus? Didn't you caucus? Really?
We do caucus, and we do very well, Chairperson. Look, Chairperson, all sectors are affected. I know that musicians' GDP turnover in 2014 is moved from 14 billion to 20 billion. And a number of those musicians have been sitting at home practicing, doing nothing there. And this would be quelled, Chairperson, by the fast tracking of vaccination. I think that there should be more focus on the fast tracking of the vaccination. And my colleagues speaking to transformation of the sector, Chairperson, we know that the tourism industry seems to be controlled by large entities, large enterprises, established enterprises, emerging SMMEs, large enterprises which form the top tier, while established and emerging fall to the bottom. And that we would have liked to coming to within the tourism sector, so that it speaks to the transformation that we seek to, because at those hierarchies, Chairperson 1, 2, and 3, large enterprises, established enterprises, emerging the SMMEs, do not seem to have measures in place to actually open entry for the emerging SMMEs, particularly as it relates to rural development. I think she said a mouthful. Ansoze and Bobe Amazwi. I will not say anything to sort of disturb what she has just said. We need transformation in this sector. We need it now, Chairperson. We would have liked to get an understanding on the tourism fund, which was given 200 million, as to how many applicants did apply, and how many and what criterion was used within this sector. And Chairperson, indeed, when I read the presentation, I thought that it's tourism. Well, we are the custodians of the disaster management, and then we do receive petitions pertaining to issues of regulations and relaxation of regulations, and I thought that they would naturally be here, both the portfolio committee and the department, wherein now we could check whether they indeed have establish whether they indeed have met with them before they came to us. Jefferson, there are issues of vulnerability of workers. Dr. Tau knows that I have written to him on numerous occasions on issues of vulnerability of this sector and the manner in which it affects the safety of the clients, but the safety of the workers themselves, Chairperson. And I think that measures should be much more stronger in dealing with such in this industry. And that's it, Chairperson. I do not think that I have another thing to say. Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Trevor. Can I then allow Honorable Liz to also contribute towards these discussions? Over to you, Honorable Liz.
Thank you. Sorry, Madam Chair. Just a big thank you to you for entertaining this petition and also to the presenters and the petitioners for what I think was a very professional and well done presentation. So thank you very much. But Madam Chair, I just want to ask a particular question. It's kind of building on what Honourable Spies and Gleza have just mentioned about the rollout of vaccines and how important that is for this particular industry in itself, but for the whole country. And so the need to take whatever measures we can practically to make sure the vaccinations proceed at a rapid rate. So the question then really is to Fiona in terms of the moving of the vaccinating unit to people rather than the other way around, using coaches that are currently sitting in garages and not being used. I mean, is that really practical? The vaccines have to be refrigerated, all sorts of practical issues. Have you done that research? And if so, have you been approached various authorities, and what is the kind of reaction you've had? Thanks, Madam Chair.
There we go. I think I've exhausted my hands on the part of the... Can we first start with you, petitioners, Megan and team? There were questions that were directed to you, whether you've engaged with the relevant departments and what was the reaction, and the issue that Dr. Tau has raised with regard to the norms and standards, the issues that you feel they've not been adequately dealt with in the norms and standards gazetted by the Minister of Tourism, and any other question that the members have raised. So Megan, you can allocate the responses to the various colleagues that you've brought along. Then we'll allow the department, the provincial doctor, to comment through Ms. Makanya. Then we'll go back to the DCOC in that order. Can we deal with that? Megan,
thank you very much. Thanks, Honourable Chair. Yeah, I think that we have definitely worked with different stakeholders in our organisation. We work as a team of collective businesses in the area. We work with our local municipality, and I think our plight is really to get our voices out there and heard. And a lot of these things sort of affect everything on a national level. So to have had this platform today, we are most grateful. So thank you for that. The norms and standards, I know that we are working with the collection that's come out, and if these have been gazetted and we have information to work with, that is particularly helpful. Steve may have a bit more information for us on that. And then I don't know if Fiona would like to just respond about the buses. Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Honourable Ministers, just in responding to Honourable Lee's.
Honourable members, Fiona, members of Parliament.
Honourable members of Parliament, apologies.
Proceed.
Apologies. Members of Parliament. Just an overview of the vaccination and what we have done and where I have taken it to, and with regard to what response we've had. I have sent our proposal I sent it out to numerous departments. We've sent it to the KZN government, Department of Health. I have sent it out to Mr. Jacques Duplessis of Netcare, Mr. Zwane and Mr. Stavros Nicholas of Aspen Pharmaceuticals, who actually forwarded my details onto B4SA, who I believe are instrumental in rolling out the vaccine with the South African Department of Health, assisting in the government in the vaccine rollout. But I'm still waiting for the go-ahead from them. With regards to research and if it's viable, like I said, look, I mean, the objective is obviously for us to open tourism, we need the vaccination to be rolled out. And with that, with regards to the proposal and the how can I put this, the presentation that I've given them, I basically took out all the interior seats of the coach and measured it out. And we can supply furnished and kitchened out secure nursing working stations with 8 individual cubicles with 1 bed cubicle. And dealing with your question with regard to the refrigeration, and 2 fridges and a toilet on the bus, with 8 semi-reclining vaccination patient chairs, 2 buses for entrance and exit of the patients. There's a portable generator on the actual bus so that your members of the health department can log on for additional backup. Due to social distancing, I've taken that into account. And we would have 4 nurses as a minimum at one time on each vehicle, with a minimum of 8 patients waiting in each cubicle at one time. So with those sums, I worked out that 8 people basically every 15 minutes gives us 32 patients an hour, which would give an average of just on 260 patients per bus per day. Okay. My idea was to roll out 200 buses throughout the country with either the Department of Health or Aspen, Discovery or Clicks that have been obviously nominated by the government. This would be obviously my idea was to take the vaccine to the people, especially in our rural areas that I come from, i.e. to farm workers, to our hotel workers, our rural schools that find it difficult to get into, find a vaccination center. Also being based at universities, colleges, mines, sporting facilities. This would also prevent time away from the office, with the bus rather being parked at the office. And most importantly for me is to get our drivers back on the road and in the vehicles. Also, my initiative was to put them outside the hotels to prevent hospitals from being inundated and clinics being inundated. I also looked into the fact that my biggest worry and concern, and on all the companies that I've approached, whether it's Discovery, whether it's Clicks, whether it's Aspen themselves, there is a lot of red tape involved with regard to, setting up little vaccination centers. And the most important would be ourselves having procurement of the vaccines from the Department of Health for every single vehicle, ensuring that each vehicle is equipped. There will obviously be the fridges on the buses accordingly. So we are waiting for B4SA, who are working with the Department of Health, to come back to ourselves. Thank you.
Thanks, Fiona.
Okay. Is that all from your part?
Yeah, I think the only other thing that I can say that, I think as a community in tourism, we work hard to promote tourism, but we also are very the reason why we've come here together is really for the plight of the jobs that are at stake in this industry. And, I think that it is difficult, to do everything, but we are certainly working very hard with our communities in uplifting them as well. I mean, I can only share what I do on the ground here in my space. And, that is that we work very closely with ECD centres, and we have established a small school in our area as well to help with upliftment. We also help, in our own business. We have people that are, we've had ladies who have worked for us who we have trained as therapists. We opened a spa in 2007, and we've, managed to train 15 therapists. And last year we wanted to train another 5, but unfortunately lockdown has, resulted in us not being able to do those sorts of things. So I think our appeal is, we certainly want to work together with government. We'd love to make significant changes, and we just look forward to making a strong path ahead. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Megan and Tim. Ms. Makanye, Fonny, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. When I responded earlier to say that we will be engaging the relevant departments, it's because as KZN Copter, it's the first time we are engaging with this petition. Therefore, I cannot make any firm or concrete responses because we are engaging for the first time with it. But we will be requesting our accounting officer to urgently convene an engagement now that we've also picked up that same has been sent to provincial stakeholders. That is the commitment that we are making to the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
You must also bear in mind that ourselves at this committee, we have got this responsibility to report back to Parliament. So this is the matter that must be prioritized from the province side, because the provincial view will be very much critical and crucial to that effect. Dr. Tau, then if you had omitted something, Mr. Fossey will be the last person to speak on these matters. Then we'll propose the way forward.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair and Honourable members for all the inputs, and to the petitioners for the responses they've provided. I think, Chair, the way forward that you have summarized earlier, it's indeed embraced and will be implemented as augmented also by Mr. Fossey. From my side, noting all the issues that were raised by honourable members, I think we will still suffice with what has been proposed. I don't seem to have any further points to highlight, save for the fact that this matter will require a bottom-up and a top-to-bottom approach, in that a top-to-bottom would be now when we make sure that we convene relevant role players to ensure that they intervene on the issues that have been raised. We can be given timeframes for providing a report in that regard. But the bottom-up is precisely what KZN province, including the DDM approach, will also begin to factor in, so that we can institutionalize relationships and coordination between the relevant sectors and the departments concerned in dealing with all matters of interest. So I would like to therefore submit that we be allowed the space to execute the recommendations of the committee, and we can report accordingly. Thank you very much.
DG Fossey? Is there anything you want to add on?
Yeah, really, I think Dr. Dow has covered most of the issues, but just to say that from our side, I think based on the submission made today, we will then, as members, honorable members have indicated, there are areas that are sort of quick wins that we can prioritize, and then look at also those areas that the regulatory areas that we need to focus on, which will create an enabling then environment either for driving economic growth and supporting the sector. So in the course of then consultation and trying to address this issue, we will also look at those opportunities in terms of what are those things that can be done immediately to sort of build confidence and address the immediate issues in the sector, whilst ensuring that on a continuous basis we strengthen the partnership between government and the sector itself, tourism sector, and ensure that we work with the municipalities, the province, and also take into account the issues that honorable members have raised in terms of transformation issues. Thank you very much, Chair.
I'm glad you are also talking to the issues of the transformation. Fiona, did you omit something? I see your hand is up again. Fiona, did you omit to speak on certain issues?
I just wanted to mention two more things that obviously have been raised with regard to the PCPA. Is a completely multiracial organization with members that we embrace basically all members. I'm one of only 9 white operators throughout the country. All the rest are of different races. So just to give you an idea, there are only 9 white operators out of the 75. And furthermore, I just wanted to also give clarity there on, I think it's very important for members to understand that with regard to the situation we're in, the 4 legal documents that Maharajan Associates sent to the Department of Tourism, the Presidency, and the Department of Transport outline in our very first document sent in March 2020, outline specific areas where we could all be working together. And I asked that if I could submit those legal documents back to members for them to view the different initiatives with, for example, sharing a piece of the pie with regards to, all the how can I put this, the subsidized operators being given all the jobs to the detriment of 90% of the operators in the country. We're asking and pleading with government to share the pie and do it amicably so that one major operator is not benefiting throughout the country, which needs to be looked into with regard to resolving the outstanding issues that the operators are facing. But thank you for your time this morning.
Yes, I don't see any other end. I think we need to come to the way forward on this matter so that we can then proceed with the other part of our meeting. Yes, I think we need to thank the petitioners for raising these matters with us. As and when we progress of our work, there are things that becomes an eye-opener to all of us. And also it gives us an opportunity to relook on all these policies and the regulations that the government has put in the best interest of our people. And I should still, then as a way forward, encourage you to look at those norms and standards as approved. If there are issues that you feel they are not attended to and addressed, you'll have to raise it with the head. I'm putting you on the spot, Dr. Dow, with the national head of the Disaster Management Center, because this is a matter that we are seized with as a portfolio committee, and it's a matter that we are going to follow up. More so, there is an expectation on our part to report back to Parliament on how have we managed to resolve your problems. Because once the Speaker has directed this to us, the Speaker is saying to us as a committee, there's a problem here. Try by all means to address the problem. Otherwise, because as Parliament, we are representative of the people. Whenever people have got issues with us, the mere fact that you approach Parliament, Parliament is the last resort. If Parliament cannot resolve your issues, we don't know where should you go now. So that's the issue, unfortunately. So that's the understanding. Hence, we are saying, now that this matter has been brought before us, and then Dr. Tau, who's the head of the National Disaster Management Center, is amongst us here, it's in our midst. So he's going to take these matters to the National Joint Operation Intelligence Services Structures, where in this sector, department sits, the ones that he was referring to, tourism, employment and labor, health, DTIC, the economic cluster, so that these matters are thoroughly attended to, and we'll be expecting a report, which we'll also share with you coming from them. And then if there's any other issues that Dr. Tau will need, Honorable says the least MP, and I should think you also yourselves, the Secretariat will be able to share your contact details with him. And then the Secretariat will also be able to share his contact details with your good self, so that these matters are then followed up. But I think we want to appreciate you, because now there's an issue that also that you have raised, that PCPA it's a multiracial organization. Then I think Honorable Mkalipi and Honorable Teza will say, then let's rather again in future when we deal with, like after this meeting, we're going to do a progress report on EThekwini, on another petition that was submitted. Next time when we meet, also we'll invite the new minister so that she also shares with us on this transformation agenda in the sector. But from our side as a committee, we want to thank you. It's a matter that's ongoing. We're going to walk this road with you until all your issues are addressed. And then I would like to thank you for your time and believing in Parliament, that Parliament, we are your representatives, we've got this responsibility. So COCTA, led COCTA, KZN, Ms. Makanya, there are commitments that you made, you make sure that they are fulfilled, and then the continuous engagement with the stakeholders in the province. As you think your MEC can take charge of that, so that these matters get to be addressed. I want to thank you, and I would like to excuse you, all the members of Uthukela Tourism Association. I think we have exhausted our interaction with you. Thank you so much as you log in out swiftly, because I see the mayor of EThekwini, it's with his entry. They are already here, and welcome, Mayor of EThekwini. You're welcome with the team.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Honorable Chair, and greetings to honorable members. Thank you.
Hey, you want us to work during lunchtime, eh? Oh, but it's okay. So, whom are you with, Mayor? Maybe to quickly introduce your delegations. I'll let you know who are the members of Parliament who are in the meeting. Can you start there, Mayor? Mayor Kaunda?
Thank you, Chair. We brought with us the acting city manager, Mr. Mbele, who's here with us. We also have Deputy City Manager, Human Settlement and Infrastructure, Beryl Kanyile is here. We also have on our team, Deputy City Manager, Makatini, who leads the human capital in the municipality development, and we also have Mr. Makanya, who's the deputy city manager for our trade and services. With us, we also have on the list here Nelsie Wazama, who's in the office of the Chief Operations Officer. Noltando Mageu is also present from the infrastructure. Mr. Sandile Mngune, the newly appointed CFO. I'm sure you'll be happy to know that EThekwini has now appointed a new CEO after the CEO who served for more than 20 years as CFO and other 20 years as a municipal employee of the municipality, Dr. Kumar, who just left.
That was so quick, eh?
Yes, that's how we work. I'm sure you have noticed that.
Okay.
So the team is here. I'll introduce them as they join. If
so did they accept a 1-year contract?
We also have the speaker.
Policy says something different. Did this
we also have the speaker.
Accepted a 1-year contract or what? You raised this matter with us.
No, it's a 5-year contract. We have the speaker of the municipality who celebrated her birthday yesterday. Speaker Councillor Weziwetus, she's also present. Those are colleagues. Yes, those are colleagues that I think I've covered all of them, Honorable Chairperson.
Okay.
I'm also here, Honorable Mayor, the Chief Whip.
Oh, I'm sorry. I did not see the Chief Whip on the list here. He has also joined our Chief Whip, Councillor Mkhize. Is also present. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, the Chief Whip was not here when you started. He joined.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he's here. Thank
we
you.
are expecting Councillor Sabelo to join us, the Chairperson of Infrastructure and Human Settlement. I'm sure will be joining us soon.
Okay. Did you resolve the issue of the acting city manager with DCOC?
No, we are progressing very well, Chair. Firstly, we must update the committee on your concerns. We retained our unqualified audit opinion as the city. We have also dealt with the issue of the downgrading of other municipalities. We're one of those who were not downgraded by Moody's rating agency because of our finances. As I've alluded to the issue of the new and fresh CFO from the box, the appointment of 3 new heads of department who are women, all of them. The head for health, Mrs. Van Heerden, the head for communication, Ms. Kuzwayo, and the head for internal audits, the chief auditor, Mrs. Hadeb. So those 3 are women, and we were really biased. As the city, we are moving towards achieving our 50%. Thank you.
Mayor.
You made Mom to even get healed. She's sick, but listen.
As the city, we are moving closer towards achieving our 50% gender parity at senior management, but with the entire staff, we are seated at more than 50%. The DDM, as part of the pilot projects in the country, we are moving. We have already adopted our first a plan, which is inclusive of...
You're a political champion there, full-time with you.
They are very active. We have 2 champions. The first one is Deputy Minister Mafu, who's very active, and Deputy Minister Jeffrey, who attends all meetings, who attends command team meetings, who attend programs on the ground. They are not just there to decorate the national representation, but they are there to work. So we are very happy about their presence and their deployment. We are also attending to the recent issues of unrest as we speak, and the COVID-19 issues in the city on our economic recovery plan. So those are the things which we assist with.
I think on that one, you are going to come back to us to update us on that one.
Yes, we have also dealt decisively with the issue of the city manager, as you have asked. You remember that we had a long outstanding issue. We resolved the matter with him, and we had a settlement which was accepted by the council. So it's no longer with us. We are having an acting city manager now, Mr. Mbele. So we are really hard at work to address issues that are talking to good governance and clean governance in our municipality. Thank you, Chair. We'll then, after you have commanded us, we can then go straight to the presentation. The team will beam it on the petition.
Okay. Let me just then share with you the members that are here in our midst. We've got Honorable Hadebe with an H, it's around here. Honorable Brink, Honorable Direko, Honorable Spies, Honorable Mkalipi, Honorable Groenewald, Honorable Kaiser, Honorable Buthelezi, Honorable Pritika Banchava. These are the colleagues that are in our midst with us this afternoon. The reason why we're starting this meeting, the mayor had requested that we schedule them later because they had a prior arranged EXCO meeting. And I'm glad that you are here with the entire team. Happy belated birthday, Madam Speaker. And also to welcome you, Chief Whip of the city.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes, I'm glad you are all here. And then the issues that we are dealing with colleagues from EThekwini, they are not new. You know, we are following up on the petition relating to Ward 52 on matters affecting the residents of Bambai, Bamba, Brooks Farm, and Amaoti. This should be our fourth meeting with you on this issue. And now it's also almost more than a year since our first meeting on the 31st of July 2021. And then the issue around here, because this is what the Office of the Speaker wants us to do, to follow up on the matters until they are resolved to the satisfaction of the affected communities. So the Speaker had also asked us to report back on this matter. And then our issue is that for now, we've not yet been able to present some tangible progress, except to say that we visited the area. It was, I think, October 2019, if I'm not mistaken, 2020. This is not good enough for us because we want to report on tangible progress, Mayor, not only to the satisfaction of the Office of the Speaker, but mostly important, ours, as we both know, we are here to serve our communities. So the progress that we can both brag about is when we have addressed the matters to the satisfaction of the affected communities. You will recall that our third meeting on this petition was the 7th of April 2021, where we recommended that yourselves as a metro, you must also investigate the consent raised by the steering committee of Bombay and report back to the committee by the 15th of April 2021. With disappointment, Majoro and Speaker, the municipality did not comply, which is one of the reasons why we are here today once again. Also, the documents that you've submitted None of them has also then explained the reasons for the non-compliance. Perhaps, as and when you present today, Mayor, you should start on this note to say then why, and then you proceed in that order. Over to you, Major.
I'm sure, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Members, you were also aware that I'm one of those mayors who are survivors of COVID-19. In January, I contracted second wave. In June, I contracted third.
You should have sent that to Honorable Kalipi. He was going to
in June, I contracted third wave, but I'm still surviving. Let's just present the report, Honorable Chair, and apologize if we did not meet the required timelines. I'm sure the team will also fill in that respect on the technicalities there. Thank you very much, Chair. I will ask Mrs. Zama to beam the presentation and present.
She can proceed. The presentation is here. Proceed.
Thank you. Good day to the leadership and good day to the executive colleagues.
Nelisa?
Yes.
Can we see you?
Okay.
That's better.
Yes. Okay. Yes. So my name is Nelisiwe Zama. I work in the office of the COO as a project executive. I will be taking you through the issues that were raised as part of the petition and also the additional issues that were raised in the previous meeting of the portfolio committee and the responses that we have received from the line departments. So I'll just take you through item 1 up to, I think, item 23 as we've listed them. So the first issue there is dealing with the Brooks Farm issues in terms of their housing, where they were dealing with the reconstruction or what we're terming rectification. The department is then saying that they've put in an application to the Department of Human Settlements, provincial, and they are awaiting a response in terms of dealing with the provision of the material, because that's the option that they are looking at to give people the material to reconstruct their houses as an option. And also in terms of item 2, where we're dealing with the people where they were saying they were told to demolish their structures, but now they were fearful that the municipality is not accommodating them. So then again, we are looking at the same application to include them there in terms of ensuring that they get the material. Item 3 is dealing with the 30 people that were part of the court order. And it was being said that there was an issue around some of the people not being the original owners of the houses. But the municipality is also dealing with that by ensuring that they organize, they're looking at land identification. Let me just, okay, yes. They're looking at identification of land that they're going to use to accommodate the 30 people that were being spoken about in the previous meeting. The fourth issue is looking at, there was a challenge of billing and the issues of water that were raised. So there, the municipality is explaining how they deal with the billing issues that are being raised or water-related matters that are being raised. And so they are saying there that within 24 hours, they deal with meter faults. And for billing issues, obviously, because they have to do some investigations, it does take a bit longer, but they're looking at nothing more than 30 days in trying to resolve some of those. And they're saying that they do have a system in place where they monitor in terms of the faults once it's been recorded, and the plumbers are dispatched, and ensuring that there's a monitoring system to ensure that the faults, in terms of the faults management, in ensuring that what is being reported is being fixed and also is reported accordingly in terms of ensuring that it's done. So they are saying they do have that in place, but obviously if there's a specific issue where that was not done, they are willing to look at that specifically, but generally that's how they deal with the issues. The issue of a clinic in Trenance Park, where the community was saying that they have to go to Besta for health services. On that particular one, the health department is saying that the clinic in Trenance Park, which is located in Cottonwood Drive, is within vicinity, and that community should be using that particular clinic as opposed to traveling to Besta. There's item 6 is dealing with the people in KwaZulu-Natal that are, they've got their houses built in a 50-year floodplain, and we all know the dangers with that when we encounter heavy rains. So what the Department of Human Settlements has done is to then accommodate those people within the Greater Amawoti project, which is still at planning stage and is anticipated to conclude and getting all the necessary approvals by July 2022. Item 7 was dealing with the issues around the functionality of ward committees to allow people to raise issues and in those meetings. Again, that matter I'm going to deal with below. There are details there that are going to show you what we have looked at in terms of ensuring functionality of ward committees. The next item was looking at irregular expenditure and how that gets written off. So there was a specific issue raised there in terms of how to arrive at writing off irregular expenditure. So irregular expenditure, according to Treasury, is done or is dealt with in terms of the Section 32 of the MFMA. There's a process, there's a legal process that gets followed to get to that, and they're also saying that in addition to that, for all the reports, so for all the expenditure that gets written off, they are supporting CIU reports that are done as part of that process. And for it to get to its conclusion, there's a process of going to MPAC, and MPAC takes the matter, and those are reported to council for approval in terms of ensuring that we follow that loop of getting all the necessary approvals. So it's not one person or just one department deciding what to write off and not to write off. Again, item 9 is related to item 7 because it also talks to the dysfunctionality of ward committees, and they are citing the 48 that were part of the COCTA reports that was saying we've got that amount of committees that are not being functional. So I'll deal with that again in detail later on because there's a specific report to it. And then the item 10 was around engineering solutions to deal with spillages in the city, because the issue was those get fixed, and then the next time you see that there are spillages again, where you see sewer overflow on our roads. So there, the municipality is saying they are looking at a pilot program where they are going to have a remote in a monitoring system of sewer blockages. Obviously, there's something that hasn't been done, so they want to pilot it, and apparently in the country it hasn't been implemented anywhere. So they want to look at it and see how can we have a system that remotely monitors our sewer system, so that when there's a spillage, you detect it before it starts to overflow on our roads. And then obviously part of that, they are looking at a sewer infrastructure renewal program where they are doing conditional assessments on a number of our infrastructure services, and coming up with a program to say how can we then work on a 10-year or a longer term period of looking at upgrading the various infrastructure systems that we've got. So they've got a plan, within the 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024 financial year to look at slowly or upgrading some of the infrastructure. Because obviously that's not something that you can do as a short term. So you have to work on it bit by bit. And then again, so they're saying they've got a master plan that is aiming at dealing with that specifically. But in addition to that, they're saying we also need to look at educational programs with our communities to make sure that we do educate people that there are certain materials that we should not be dumping into our system, because some of the clogging is as a result of foreign materials that finds themselves into our sewer system. The other issue there was raised was around the water and the accounts lights, where they're saying it's not in compliance with the Consumer Protection Act. Obviously, that was not further clarified in terms of the specifics, but what the municipality is saying is that we've got the tariffs that are used to charge for water and the light, and those are approved by council. So there's a process that we get to those, and those are informed by our policies and the bylaws that get approved at council before they get implemented. So they are saying that it's not one of those things where one person just decides to do it, but they follow a specific process, and they to further ensure that customers are not being taken advantage of. The item 12 was looking at the infrastructure rehabilitation, which relates to the item above, but this one was looking broadly at the infrastructure in the city, not just the sewer. So this one was involving all our big infrastructure projects. So there we are saying we've got a 25-year master plans for asset management plans, and looking at water conservation and demand strategies for our trading services, and also looking at turnaround strategies for those to say what is the bigger plan and how can we best ensure that we gradually improve our infrastructure. And also as part of our capital, when we do budgeting for capital budgeting processes, we're looking at 60% of that going to the renewal and refurbishment of the infrastructure, and also so that one takes a bulk of it. And in terms of the social and the other and the backlogs that we are dealing with, so we break it down to 24. So that's the strategy in terms of breaking down the budgets when we're budgeting for the infrastructure. So that is in the pipeline. Obviously, it's part of a bigger plan to roll out that kind of infrastructure renewal. So it's still work in progress. In terms of how do we address the AG issues about SAM compliance, again, I'll talk to that in detail further down once I'm done with the other items. Item 14, the road plans of moving from gravel to tar road. That one is underway. The prioritization process has been done in terms of where do we start and which projects are we starting with, and the work is proceeding. So the department has started to upgrade the roads from gravel to tar. So the next item was looking at it was the issue of the steering committee that felt a little bit sidelined by the municipality. That matter has now been addressed with the councillors to ensure that information goes to steering committees and goes to ward committees in terms of the project status, because they were saying that some of the information they were hearing about the project updates at the time was new to them. They did not know how far those projects have progressed. So that matter has been raised, so it should be happening already. The issue of a police station that was supposed to be part of the MPCC, the issue of the MPCC was addressed in the previous meeting, but the issue of a police station specifically, our Metropolis was saying that according to their plans, they are not looking at having a police station in the ward, but they do have KwaMashu and Verulem. That's where they deploy from should there be a need to deploy into the area, and also they haven't received confirmation from SAPS that confirms that SAPS has plans to have a police station in that area. Item 17 is looking at the people that were double paid as part of they were CLOs, but they were also ward committees. Again, we've got a detailed response to that item below. And then item 18 is looking at the contractor that was accused of not paying people accordingly. That matter was followed up and has been dealt with. The contractor has paid back the people the money that was owed to them. Item 19 is dealing with the issue of food parcels. That people felt that they weren't distributed in a fair manner. So there, the municipality's response is that obviously that item that was done around July and August in 2020, and there was a process again that was followed in doing that and ensuring that you get a verification back to ensure that the parcels went to the beneficiaries that were intended, and also that program was only for the elderly people at the time. Item 20's query was around the allocation of units in Conubia. So the municipality they've got a set criteria that they use to allocate housing projects once they are concluded, and that is always sent to council for approval. And the target is really for transit camp eradication programs, and also looking at people that live in informal settlements and special needs. So those are the people that are prioritized as to be prioritized to get houses first, particularly in the Conubia projects. Item 21. This one was the stormwater drainage that was reported that there's a road that has been constructed by GNS, and it looked like it was bad workmanship because there was stormwater running off on that particular road. So that one, when we checked with the department, they did indicate that the project at the time was not completed. So now that it has been complete, the drainage system is part of that and should circumvent the challenge, because at the time it was not put in place because the road was not complete. And item 22, it was also, again, it talks to the issue of how did we miss this whole issue that has been raised about the CLOs and the ward committees. So it talks to issues of, again, functionality of our ward committees. That is also dealt with below. And the issue of participation of traditional leaders in council. That one is a gazetted process that the municipality has fully complied with in ensuring that all traditional leaders are allocated to different support committees within council. So now I'm just gonna take you through the items that I did speak about that I was gonna come back to. Item 9 was looking at the dysfunctionality of the ward committees. So the municipality there, just in those bullets, are explaining how the process is being undertaken of assessing the ward committees in terms of what gets looked at, so that when we're saying there were 48 that were dysfunctional, how was the number arrived at? And then below they are further showing now the stats for the January to March quarter. Showing you how many meetings were held out of 110, and was evidence provided in terms of attendance, registers, and sectoral reports. So as you can see there, that in January we had 39 meetings out of 110, and in February we had 70 out of 110, and in March we had 59 out of 110. So in total, within that quarter, we had 168. So in terms of Okay, so this is just the details of the assessment that was done by the municipality now. So they did an undertaking of going to check the wards and making sure that the wards are functional, getting the challenges of why are they not being functional, and also looking at the interventions that they have to employ to ensure that the wards are functional. So you'll see that the dates of the day they went to visit, and which ward and what were the challenges, and what was the summary of interventions. So there's about 15 of them that have been visited so far. I won't go through the details of what they found. It is in this report. Just gonna scroll down so that you see that it was done. Okay, so that was the report. And then when we're moving on to April, May, and June assessment, so meetings again, 64 out of 110, 70 out of 110 for May, and in June, 67 out of 110. So those were the meetings that have been held and also the municipality, they're trying to make sure that it's more and more what committees become functional. So this is a response to item 13, which was looking at SCM and how how they relate to ensuring that we are adhering to the SCM policies and also the MFMA in procuring services. So they're just indicating there what they have undertaken to ensure that we deal with that issue in terms of discouraging Section 36 and putting extra controls in cases where it is really required. They've also done a root cause analysis and identifying and also coming up with recommendations for improving the processes again within the committees, and also ensuring that all the bids that are above 10 million, they stick to the 30 days of advertisement as stipulated in the SCM policy again, and ensuring that the bid committees don't have a leeway to change that. So that's how they've tightened the controls. And also they've undertaken a review of BEC and BAC committees just to strengthen those committees in terms of the quality of the decisions that are coming out of there. So it's just really a list of things that the city has done to ensure that there is adherence in that regard. And then item I think it's the last item, 17, of the people that were double paid. I think the municipality there is explaining that people that are ward committees, they get a stipend as part of they get as part of the municipal approved rules that regulate the establishment of ward committees. So they will get a set stipend of 1,000 rand. As part of that, and also in terms of people being part of the committee liaison, being part of a steering committee for a project, that one is not decided by the municipality, but is rather decided by a service provider that deal with those people, and it pays them accordingly. So they're not paid by the municipality to be CLOs. Yes, I think that was the last item. So most of the items that were raised as part of the petition that were not concluded were part of this report. So I'm hoping that we didn't leave anything out that was raised before. Thank you, Chair. I think that was the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Zama. That's where we are. Is there anyone from the team who wants to add, either the city manager, whoever wants to add anything? It doesn't look like okay, maybe the team will assist in responding to the questions. Oh, the mayor's hand is up. Over to you, Mayor.
No, thank you, Chair. The first issue on the maintenance of our infrastructure, we also initiated Operation.
Before Mayor, can I plead with Ms. Zama to remove the presentation on the screen so that everyone can see you properly, Majoro? There we are. Thank you. Let's proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I was making an addition that to deal with the aging infrastructure and its maintenance, we initiated a campaign called Operation Good Hope. It's where we integrate the multidisciplinary teamwork that integrates all departments in the municipality, and we zoom to one particular area as an operation board. We've been to areas where we've been following part of Umlazi, Inanda, as well as Chesterville and other areas, Tongat. We are also targeting our secondary towns to ensure that we improve the quality of services in those areas. But the second one, which I also want to clarify, when people have got a challenge of high bills, we have established our Sizakala centers in almost all corners of the city, where people do submit their bills and they get assessed. And if matters need to be forwarded to Treasury team, they get forwarded there for them to be resolved at that level. So I'm sure we've been attending to many issues, looking at the merit of each and every case that is brought before us. Then the other aspect, we have also written off debts, especially by indigent households in the municipality on water, electricity, and rates. That program is still continuing as part of our interventions. The issue of food parcels, I thought I should also clarify that to differentiate between those which were issued immediate after COVID-19 as social relief and those which were also conducted in January. Those were aimed to be distributed during December because we normally have what we call a senior citizen Christmas. So unfortunately, our SCM process is delayed in that respect. Hence, they were distributed in January. So they were not directed to everybody. They were directed to senior citizens. So that's an explanation that we also wish to give. Lastly, Chair, of course, the ward committee members, they are also at liberty to apply for any opportunity because they are not employed full-time by the municipality. So those who happen to get an opportunity to become CLOs, there's nothing that precludes them to get that opportunity since they are also ward committee members. So that process is also allowed to happen. There's nothing that precludes them to access those opportunities. I'm sure those were the issues, Chair. We'll take other issues when members come with the additional information that is required from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. You may lower your hand so that I don't call you again. Colleagues, this is the progress from the city. Is there any taker on the updated progress? I'm only seeing the hand of Honorable Mukalipi, who will be followed by Honorable Khaza. It's the two of you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yes, thank you very much, Mayor, and I'm very grateful that you are surviving this COVID-19 for the third time. Chair, as you know, that me and him, we are like brothers and sisters. But it does not mean that when it comes to work, it does not mean that we must not ensure that we account as public reps. Chairperson, thanks for the report from Mrs. Zama. And I want to concur with you, Chair, that it's also worrisome that this issue has to be back and forth, back and forth. If you remember very well, Chair, from the first meeting, I also suggested that maybe we can have a smaller meeting in the office of the mayor, because I also come from Durban. It will be easy to resolve some of the issues, because some of the progress report that has been presented here, unfortunately, those people from Bambai, the chairperson of that development committee, is not here to ensure that he is happy or he's still disputing. But I'll speak to some of the issues that I know. For instance, I'm not sure, I didn't hear Ms. Zama presenting the updated report regards to Bambai or Pet Marshall project, because there were some pictures that were sent to us that were talking about the challenge of drainage that is still taking place in Pet Marshall housing project, that the council have not attended to it. So therefore, I don't know, maybe I will get a clarity. When are we going to get that feedback? I know that is part and parcel of the presentation that was sent to the committee members. So the pictures that were sent to the committee is not a very healthy picture. And there's no one in South Africa who must deserve to find himself or herself in that situation in the name of the development. So I will also get a clarity in that regard. And if Ms. Zama or whoever from the municipality who is going to respond, so we can also show them. And I'm sure that the mayor will be able to chart forward on how to resolve those issues. And I want to stress what we have said, Chairperson, that it can't be that we must come back and get an updated report and then we just receive a report that not talking to a way forward. Nevertheless, Chairperson, I just want to get a clarity on issue number 1 that was raised by me that talks about Brooks Farm. And according to the presentation from Ms. Zama, he is saying that they're still waiting. The application was reviewed and comments were made. Application has been revised and submitted to the DOHS on the 15th of 4, which is April 2021. And the timeline, according to the presentation here, it says that is May 2021. So we're in August now, if you can get that report. And also, Chair, if you remember very well, we also had a former MEC for Human Settlement, which is Comrade Peggy Nkonyeni, who after the meeting that we had with him as a COCTA committee, she called the meeting in order to understand the issue. And she was very positive to take this issue forward. After the redeployment of Comrade Peggy to another portfolio, a new MEC also attended this committee here, Comrade Jomosbia, and also was very positive in terms of taking this issue of Brooks Farm. Because what we have raised as a matter of resolving this issue, Mayor, were not even difficult. We're saying that all of us, we understand what is the issue in Brooks Farm pertaining the land. There's no enough space to accommodate some of the houses. And the people of Brooks Farm are saying that, no, if there's not enough land, so I can be accommodated, because this project, when it started, the mayor was there, we were still councillors with the mayor, or it was before that. But we know very well, we have a deep knowledge of this project called Brooks Farm, myself and the mayor, since I was a ward councillor in that area, and the mayor was also a ward councillor to a neighboring ward. So we used to work very well together. So the people of Brooks Farm, Chair, as we also engaged with them that day, they said, no, if there's some challenges in terms of the houses cannot be extended. So even if they can get a material, so those were one of the proposals that they came with. So therefore, the MEC now, he said, no, he will look at that option. So now, if the report still suggests that they still have applied for that option to take place, and it seems as if there's no clear progress in terms of addressing the issue of those beneficiaries who have not have enough space in order for them to get houses to be extended, because it's a rectification project, as Mrs. Zama was alluding to that fact. They're the first one. The second one is the issue of 30 people. The mayor will also remember, and the chairperson and the committee, when one person stood up in that meeting, that meeting that we're supposed to also talk about these issues, but that meeting also take another shape whereby I was also being labeled as a person who have taken 30 houses of poor people. And on the last meeting, the mayor was not here because he was sick. I also said that, no, we need to get to the bottom of this because I don't mind. I'm an activist. I have to expect that at some point people will say things that are not true about yourself and you must take it as a leader. So that's why I was just saying that, no, it's their view, it's fine. But now the report that you are getting now is an updated report. It says that these people, these 30 people, that there was an allegation that says these people have been taken out from those houses by myself. It means that I took them out and I gave wrong people their houses. So now it says here, these people who were residing at Brooks Farm and are not owners of houses. During construction of Brooks Farm project, most owners came back and chased them away. So this is confusion. So I don't understand. If I can be clarified, what does this mean? The statement means, because the matter was that people who are rightful owners of those houses were taken out from their rightful houses. So I was the one who took them out. There are 30 in total. So now here, according to this report, they are not the owners of those houses. During the construction of Brooks Farm project, most owners came back and chased them away. So the Brooks Farm project, Chair, is a greenfield project. So there's no way that someone can come and claim that, no, this house belongs to me, because the process that was started all over again, whereby people were allocated housing, and this was facilitated by the department in the city. So I just need a clarity. What does this statement mean? To say that, no, those people were chased away. Because as I also clarified on the last meeting, Chair, was to say that when the project was still in the process, there were people who were allocated these houses, and in the middle of the process, some of them, they didn't come and take their houses up. And the department, the officials of the department, because the community was also complaining that the empty houses have also invited izigebengu and they are occupying those houses. And the committee by that time, who was the community committee, also identified people to occupy those houses. And it was facilitated through the housing department. It was not a community initiative only, but it was also done legally. So now this issue is very confusing, that they have went to court according to this report, and the court said that they must be given their houses back. But according to the municipality, saying that no, they can't, and they've identified or they are going to be prioritized to another area. If you can get a clear on that one, because Chairperson, we must not allow these issues to be confusing issues. We are dealing with the poorest of the poor here. If there is a need for us as leaders, as activists, we must address these community issues. That is the one. The second one that I also want to get a clarity, I'm hearing the mayor is saying that they have a campaign because there is an infrastructure that is aging, which is good. But we would like to get a clarity here, Mayor, which how do you, in the meantime, whether you have a campaign, whether the municipality is having another plan, but in the meantime, because the issue of water is an issue for concern in most of the settlement in Durban. For instance, Mayor will know very well. I'm sure that you get this kind of complaints on your desk on a daily basis. Even if I can remind you, Mayor, when we were still councillors, me and you even went to the Department of Water that time, and we wanted to challenge the head of department by the name of Mark Cloud, because people were complaining that they don't have water. That time, it was 2003, 2002, way back. And then we were told the story that no, there is no house or there is no area in Durban that does not have water. And we disputed that by that time because we were representing the people. But now lately, what is happening, Chairperson, is that amanzi ayaphela emzini yabantu. The other people are saying that ayabuya maybe from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. abanye bathi bayahlala for 7 days or whatever days without water. So therefore, if we can get a clear plan with the municipality to how to address this thing, because I think that we are regressing instead of progressing as it is. So I do understand that there's an issue of infrastructure that is aging, but what is the clear plan? The clear plan that will talk to the challenges now, while the municipality is addressing, coming with a plan of 25 years or whatever years. But now, instead of people not having some challenges, if I can also relate one issue that was also brought to the officials of the Department of Water, Mayor, is the issue of Tafta. You know very well where is Tafta, that is situated at Amawoti. And we also took that issue to the municipality to ask the way forward, how to resolve that one. I think it has been a year now. We met with officials and then they presented their case as an NGO. But last week, I was also contacted by a person who is responsible for that NGO to say, since they have promised to attend to the case of Tafta, whereby the meter is accumulating more bills and the municipality does not have a clear way forward on how to deal with that one. Can you imagine, after a year, the matter is reported to the department, but it's still not resolved. So the issue of spillage of sewer, it has been a challenge lately. And I don't know if it's also part and parcel of the infrastructure that is aging, because stormwater and most of the areas, they are spilling. And if I can relate to the Ward 57 as we speak now, and we have reported that matter as well. So it's a disaster. So even if they engage with the municipality, the relevant department to report the problem, it takes years. It takes many years to be attended to. For instance, there was an issue in Ward 43. I think I raised it here as well when the mayor was here with the team, to say that the community in Ward 43, after they have reported to the relevant department of a spillage of a sewer in their areas, after seeing that the department is not coming to resolve that problem, whereby Amakaka was all over, and then the communities decided to say, because these people are not attending to our issue here, let us, as a community, let us just attend to this thing. So I'm just asking for a clarity for these things, Mayor. How are we? Because we need, as leaders, to work together to address these issues that affects people. The issue of bills, I welcome the report that talks about how to deal with the issue of bills, but there are issues that are also, I have a preview with, Mayor. For instance, a person who just bought a new house in a certain area, and then in the process of changing from one previous owner to the new owner, there will be two bills that will come into that specific person. The one bill will talk to water, and the other bill will talk to rates. So I just want to get a clarity in terms of consolidating bills in the municipality. For why a person will get two separate bills that she or he needs to pay instead of getting one consolidated bill. So how long does it take to make one bill for a certain person? And the issue of getting bills, I don't know if the mayor and the team is aware that there is a serious crisis in terms of posting bills to people. Sometimes it gets very late to people. And there's also another alternative that municipality have come with to say that, no, you can also arrange with the municipality to ensure that you register to a certain app and then you are going to get your bills. Again, people are saying that type of an app that serves as an initiative from your side, it has been proven that is very difficult. And when they ask the officials from the water to intervene as well, it also they're not intervening as much as possible. So those are the challenges that people are still encountering. So I think that the mayor will also share with us how to move forward instead of coming back to this. But on the issue of Brooks Farm, I really want to get a clarity on how long are we going to have to wait as people of Brooks Farm in order to know whether the department in the province is also coming to the fore as the previous and the current MEC promised. Are we moving or are we not moving forward? Because to me, even here in the report, when I was perusing the report, there is a point that says that 1647 is owned by Mr. Mfega and Mr. Mfega is nowhere to be found and so on and so on. I think that the municipality must help, especially the administration side. They must help to come with a clear proposal on how to resolve this. Because last time when the head of department, I can't remember, or Babu Pato was also responding to some of the issues. He also mentioned that some of the challenges in that project is that 60% or 80% of the people are not the original people that have allocated houses in Brooksfarm. Surely, I'm sure that as per the administration, they can also come with proposal on how to resolve those issues, because we can't have this problem not resolved in Brooksfarm. Thank you very much, Chair. I'll just pause for now.
Thank you, Honorable Mkalipi. Honorable Keza, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Once again covered by my colleague.
Hey, today she's just covering you, eh?
Yeah, she's on point, that's why. I'm led.
Man, I was going to allow you to start.
This is why she has a giraffe view, tools of analysis of society. That's what happens to
man.
You know?
Man.
Yes. She has tools of analysis of society. She carries them wherever she goes. So I'm covered in that way, and I'm safe, Chairperson. So I just wanted to clarity, Chair, in terms of what is happening with regards to the election of the Deputy Speaker, as we get a sense that the council had collapsed twice there, just to clear us on that one. And secondly, on the partisan distribution of food parcels there, I wanted to then ask, because the question is not solely based on what evidence per se, what names and so forth. It should be based on whether the process of food parcels was transparent. If it was transparent, whether communication had been effective, and if so, how so? And second to that is that because in every crisis you'd find opportunism taking place, Chair. Just clarity on how those food parcels lasted, those families that were given. Just to get a sense on how the food parcels that they delivered lasted, even the families there. And on my issue, Chair, I appreciate the long orientation on who is responsible for what there. DWS, WSDB, in conjunction with the strategy office and so forth. But 25 years seems like a kicking goalpost. What are the immediate interventions to ensure that there is rehabilitation of infrastructure to guard against what is called apartheid spatial development, particularly as it relates to the petition of the petitioners who brought it to the committee, because almost across the country, including EThekwini, there's peripheral areas that need to be dealt with in terms of closing the gap between the rural and urban areas, and also to ensure that there's enough activity and so forth within those communities. So my question was based on that.
And I would like to know what are the immediate, because 25 years, man, it looks like kicking a goalpost without telling us what will happen in that 25 years, whether you will be there yourself as leadership to reign on that municipality. We are not sure whether you'll be there. Maybe some political party will be there soon. So don't do that. I think those are the remaining question. Is to how much have you done in terms of catching those who are manipulating the system? Is there any efforts towards ensuring that those who manipulated the system within the distribution of the food parcels are caught and brought to book, as it were? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kleza. Can I hand over to the mayor and the team to respond to the issues as raised? Who's here from Timberforce? You still here? Timberforce, are you still here? Who's here from the department?
Chairperson, we've lost you.
I wanted to ask if there's somebody from the department. In the earlier meeting, I had Mr. Fosi and Dr. Tau. Dr. Tau asked to be recused, but I was expecting the DDG to still remain here because there's a matter of your COO that I want them to address. Mamukwen, phone Temba Fosi to come back here.
I'm calling DDG Fosi, Chairperson.
Yes. And then if it can log
DDG.
in the shopping, it will be better. Yeah? Okay. So
the issues of he's coming.
How does he live without talking to the chair that is living? Guys, is it a new and you omitted something or is an old one? Honorable Kleza?
No, Chair, it's an old one there. Let me remove it.
Yeah, lower it. Lower it. Okay. Then can I allow the mayor and the team to be the one responding the issue that I want to raise with the department? It will be, last I'll raise it after you've responded to the issues. Over to you, Majoro and team.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and let's also thank honorable members for their inputs and questions. Firstly, Chair, we'll appeal to you as a committee that you also assist us to whip those departments that owes us money so that we can have money to deal with our projects over there. We are being owed billions of money. So we need that money to render services in our communities. So I'm sure the committee has got authority in that regard as well to assist municipalities to really consolidate on the debts that are occurred as a result of public entities and the departments of government. Then let me deal with the issue. I thought that DCM Kanyile will come first to address the issues of houses. Then she will be followed by DCM Makanya to deal with the issues of infrastructure and the repairs of infrastructure and their maintenance. The CFO will come to respond on issues of the high bills that have been put forward here. Then the speaker will respond on the issues of food parcels, including the issue that also relates to what committees, if there is also an emphasis to make over there. Then I'll come and sum up on our behalf. Thank you. I'll request that DCM Kanyile comes in.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Maybe just for... Thank you, Bob Mayor. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Beryl Kanyile, as has been mentioned by the Mayor. My response will be to the issues of human settlement and partly the issues of when Ubab Makanya has came in with regard to if there's anything left off from the engineering infrastructure. Just maybe through you, Honorable Chair, if I may just correct, I think according to the reports that we presented, the timeline is September 2021. I think the one question from the Honorable Member was, what is the status considering that it's August? And our timeline was May 2021, unless if Umamuzama presented something different. But what we've issued was the September 2021. We are tracking this application with the provincial office. We do have a meeting on Friday, and we have raised this issue for updates. And there is an acceleration of those issues. Through you, Honorable Chair, there are peculiar details that were asked. If I may request Babu Lawrence Pato, the head of human settlements, to cover the details of the responding as far as human settlement is concerned. Thanks.
Beryl Kanyile, we're not seeing your face, but you're almost done. Can the next person come?
My video is on. I'm not too sure.
We're not seeing all of you. You're not seeing up to your eyes only.
Oh, okay. It's just my elevation then. I hope
maybe we can ask the mayor to help you how it's done.
Yes, he runs tutorials for the visual.
May is expert on that one, Honorable Chair.
Yes. Who's next?
As requested, Honorable Chair, is Ubabu Lawrence Pato to get into the details, if you may allow me.
Okay, it's fine. It's okay. You need Pato. Last time I told you how it's done. Again, there you go.
I was trying so hard, Honorable Member, to make it like no. Thank you, Chairperson and Honorable Members, Bob Mayor. Thank you. I think it's just two questions, Chair. Yes, Honorable Member Mkhalipe talked about the Pet Mashaba and Bambai. In the report, Chair.
No, Pet Mashel, eh?
Pet Mashal.
Pet Mashel, yeah, not Mashaba. Not Mashaba, the former mayor of Johannesburg.
Yes. Thank you, Bob Mayor. We gave a report, I think it's part of your bundle, Honorable Members, that says if you look at the report that we had with yourself in April, we have now gone through a tender process. We are in a process of awarding a civils contractor in terms of that one. That's the progress on the report, Chair. There were two documents that were attached. I know Umamu, Umbume, when he presented one document, but there's two with yourself. That includes as well Bambai, what progress have been made, which he covered it as well. Then on the issue, Chairperson, of the material supply, Ahmed covered me, and of course, you're quite right, Honorable Mkhalipe. Actually, previous MEC went in and made a commitment to look in the matter. But Chair, probably just to elaborate further, the matter also includes, that's why he gave himself time to take it up as well with national, because it includes a policy issue that needs to be dealt with. A policy issue in a sense of you are coming at a project where people have built their own houses now, and rightfully so, expressed by Honorable Member Mkhalipe that you must not punish them because they have built for themselves, and you cannot say as well they must demolish their houses. But the plea here is to say, is there a mechanism in which we can offer them material so that they can whether finish off their houses or make them better so that they are not worse off compared to those that have done nothing for themselves. So I think that's the exceptional policy guidance that she was looking for. And unfortunately, and of course, you're correctly saying it, that she had to be changed to another portfolio. And last time when we met, we had HOM, who was part of the meeting. Goba MSC New, MSC Jomo Sbia came in and he had another meeting, but HOM made that commitment to follow it up, which DSM was covered very well. We did follow up, and hence the deadline has been revised to what you are seeing it, and of course to make sure that from a national perspective up to our side there is correlation in terms of those ones. So that's to do with that one. Then the last one is of course the one that Honorable Mkhalipi you're talking about, of the 30 people and them being taken out, and the allegation and the response that we are there. But just what we're saying, Chair, and which is what we have done, Honorable Mkhalipi, was we had put our team on the ground. Firstly, I think first time when we met, we did not have details of the people that we're talking about. We had put our team, we went out on site, we've gathered the information of those people. We had further checked on the HSS if the people are appearing, and some of them do appear and some do not appear. HSS being housing subsidy, that database of the people within there. But you would understand, honorable members, Mayor, that in every housing project where there's rectification to be done, people which are beneficiaries do exchange hands in terms of their houses. Houses that were built immediately after 1994 were those that were at 15 square meters, and the houses that are built today, whether under rectification, they are no more that size, because that's not the minimum size that has been prescribed by NHBRC as well as Human Settlement nationally. Now, this tends to attract those initial beneficiaries whom they might have leased the houses or sold them for whatever reason, but arrangement made between themselves. But the minute a word is out that rectification is being done on those projects, it's not only in Brooks Farm, honorable members, it happens all over the city, if not all over the province. Then you start to encounter such problems of people coming back to look for their houses, whatever agreement they have had, whether through affidavits they do at police station and whatever. Because remember, there's a preempting clause that says you shall not sell your house within a specific period of time. And when these beneficiaries do that selling, they do it by themselves. Now, we are caught up in a situation which by law it describes as the PI Act, where it says any person or any family who's of course within the bracket that Honorable Mkhalipi is saying, the needy ones that are in occupation of a house, whether legal or illegal, they're still required to be provided by houses. And that's why we committed ourselves to say, okay, now we have quantified those numbers, we've got the number of the 30 people, so how do we deal with it? It's not a matter of going in and kicking one out and leaving him in the street, but it's a matter of saying, whatever we do, then we provide them with alternative accommodation, but limited to the list that we have agreed to in our physical checking, Honorable Mkhalipi and honorable members, of those 30 people that are there. So that's what we're reporting when we say land identification is done under those bases in terms of identifying land for those people. And every year we undertake such, but of course with the budget that we do have, limited as it might be, for various other elements. We talked about projects that we have to develop to deacon people that are in the informal settlements, that are in the transit camp setting. Some of them are special cases like this case we're talking about now, where they find themselves to be struggling or stranded because of whatever reason or the other. So that is the situation, Chair, in terms of what we have done. Quantify the people, have the database of them, and now identification of land. Of course, we're doing this with the province to say, if land is owned by public works or ourselves or even human settlement, let's identify a land where nearby where the people are living, because we know their life has been, lifestyle is already, they are living along the areas, whether for schooling of the kids and so forth. Chair, those are the responses, and of course I do have Ubabukne and Oscar. We talked about the same matter, and but that's that to cover it. Not unless there's anything that I'll be leaving behind, Chair. But yeah, that's the thing. Honorable Mkhalipi, lastly, I think he's asking on the question of how long, Honorable Mkhalipi, you asked, how long will this matter of Brooks Farm continue? I think you are talking now, you're asking specifically in the issue of the material supply. This is where we have given a deadline of 30th of September. We are also on, we've got monthly bilaterals with the HOD of human settlements, where we're picking up such issues that are transversal, that are cutting across. All of us submitted an application, and we are waiting for feedback to come in. So we will pick it up on those forums, Chairperson. We also have another work stream of a quarterly meeting where our chairperson of our portfolio as well as the MEC himself, then he have made those forums for us to meet. We will definitely, so we are quite certain that, and if not our counterparts, by September, we should have an answer in terms of that one. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, we'll request DCM Makanya to come in.
You said what, Makanya?
Deputy City Manager.
Oh, DCM.
Yeah, DCM stands for Deputy City Manager.
We are honorable members who don't know the abbreviations.
No, I know, Chair, in Limpopo you won't have this.
Hey,
this is a very big municipality.
Mayor, is this how you deal with the chairperson of the committee? Yeah,
Withdrawn, Chair.
Oh, I give up. Proceed,
Withdrawn, Chair.
DCM, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greeting to honorable members, our mayor and the councillors and our colleagues. Yes, in answering to the question of water, it is true that we're still having some challenges in some of the areas, particularly around Inanda, the greater Inanda, not only in that ward, the greater part of Inanda, the part of Intuzuma, and part of Wamashu. The problem to a greater degree is actually made worse by the fact that we get water from Umgeni water to supply those areas, which is basically the Durban Height in Reservoir Hill, which is basically the biggest reservoir probably within EThekwini, if not in Africa, that I'm aware of. That reservoir at the moment is currently under refurbishment by Umgeni Water. So they started to refurbish this sometimes last year, and we're given the assurance that they will be done with the refurbishment by December. The challenge with that that is created by that, it creates challenges specifically when there is load shedding, or where there are major bursts along the line, because we don't have a storage, because it's quite a big tank. Probably it's the size of a stadium. So as a result of that, even if there is a minor disturbance on the system, be it due to load shedding or major burst, we don't have a storage capacity, because that is offline. As I've indicated, Umgeni Water is working on that in trying to make sure that that is back on track by December. Further to that, we've been affected by the issue of load shedding, because that reservoir, basically, the water from for all these, for 60% of our areas, we get them more from the inland on the side of Pietermaritzburg. So when there is load shedding, be it at the Nanda Dam, it gets to affect all those areas. We have since then excluded some of these critical installation from load shedding, which is basically the Nanda and the Durban Height, to try and improve the situation on the northern side, if I can put it that way. Up until such time where that refurbishment that Umgeni is currently doing on that reservoir is complete, we're still going to be hitting snacks here and there. We do have the water tankers that we normally activate during this period. While one appreciates the fact that by its very nature, the water tankers are supposed to be an interim solution, but due to these challenges that sometimes take longer, our communities most of the time are not happy with the service that they are getting. But we are doing our level best together with Umgeni Water to deal with that matter. In terms of the medium to long term, as Bob Mayor has indicated, that our infrastructure is aging. Not only is our infrastructure aging, but we also have the challenge of some of the design standard from some of the areas, particularly on the side of Nanda, the Petition, the Mbumbulus, whereby we will be trying to, as part of the infrastructure level, using that money to actually design those areas correct, to have the correct storage capacities. We're currently building, well, there is a budget at the moment. We're currently designing an additional storage capacity around Nduzuma, so as to minimize the impact of the non-water situation, particularly if it's coming the impact of load shedding. On the side of the sewage, yes, that infrastructure is aging. If we're saying the water infrastructure is aging, it's worse with the sewage infrastructure. Because a couple of years ago, probably during your time, Mam Khalifa, there was a program on the side of water to upsize the infrastructure, or to upsize the infrastructure, or to replace the old infrastructure. We did not have the similar program on the side of wastewater or the sewage, if I can put it that way. That's the reason why the infrastructure levy that we're talking about is targeting both the water and the sewage. There were some challenges during the beginning of the year, where there were some contractual issues which affected the service delivery on the ground, particularly on the solid waste side. Those have since been resolved. Those issues have since been resolved, the issues of contractors. So we are dealing with the cases as and when we get them, in spite of the long-term solution, which is basically to replace that infrastructure. So on others that are specific, probably I will actually deal with them probably through a written response. But I was just giving the overview in terms of the challenges, as you correctly put. There are challenges regarding our infrastructure along those lines that are caused by the load shedding and other issues that I've just highlighted. On the issues of the statement, I'm sure the CFO will cover that part. Thanks, Chairperson.
Through you, Chair, we now introduce the newly appointed CFO, who's the chartered
We must
accountant.
see you, even when you do that, Majoro, you must put your video on so that we can see you.
Yeah. No, thanks, Chair. We'll introduce the newly appointed CFO to respond on other aspects of the bills and other issues. She's a well-qualified CFO in the Metro Municipality. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mnguni.
CFO.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and good afternoon, honorable members. My name is Sandile Mnguni. I will deal with two matters. One is billing, and then the second one is the challenges around our app. As far as the billing is concerned.
Can I interject you? Are you an outsider or are you coming from the municipality?
I'm an insider, outsider.
I give up.
Both.
I was with the municipality, Chair, until 2018.
Oh, and then you left.
Yes.
Then you are back.
Yes.
Oh, it's fine. Okay, it makes sense. Okay, proceed.
Okay. No, thank you, Chair. I was saying I will deal with two matters. One, billing, and then the second one, the challenges around our app. So as far as billing, Chair, I think we do acknowledge that there are challenges, but at least we've been able to isolate challenges. Those challenges are with respect to the estimation. And as we speak, Chair, there is a team that's looking at the cutting down the numbers of meters that are estimated on a monthly basis. And we hope that, Chair, those numbers will be reduced to almost zero by end of December. And then with respect to, the second one is with respect to reading of meters. Although we do have readers that assist us in terms of getting those consumption numbers. However, sometimes the information is, when it comes back to the system, is not as accurate as we expected. So what we are looking at, Chair, is automating that process to ensure that the information that we get back is as accurate as possible, so that those bills that are issued to our customers or consumers are accurate. We also do acknowledge that there is a need to improve our controls around the system itself, because some of the bills could have been stopped by the system if the controls, if adequate controls were there. So we are working with the internal audit, and also Cocta Provincial has been assisting us with the review. So going forward, once we've got the recommendation, we'll then look at implementing those recommendations. And then, Chair, the app-related matters, some of the issues that have been raised previously, we've been able to close them. However, some are app-related, which means we probably need to look at upgrading. We are working with our IT to ensure that going forward, the app is upgraded so that people are able to get the information from us, accurate information from us, as and when they require that information to improve our collection levels. On specifics, Chair, I will request that maybe if I can be provided that information, we'll then respond directly to the specific issues. As you know, billing is a sensitive matter. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, CFO. Is there another person that the mayor wants to direct to talk to issues?
Yes, Chair, is the Speaker of the municipality will respond on issues of food parcel and issues on the election of deputy mayor.
Next time, you must put your video on. Madam Speaker, over to you. You see, you must behave like the Speaker. You see, we can see the Speaker.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon to the honorable members and the colleagues from the municipality. The mayor has assisted me. I got kicked out. I didn't hear the first question of Honorable Geza, but the mayor has assisted me. I will start with the question of the election of the deputy mayor. The first meeting that we had of electing the deputy mayor was on the 29th of July, I'm sorry. Remember the lockdown regulations, we are allowed to have at least 50 people in one room. So, and also it's important that I explained to you that when you elect a mayor, it must be a physical meeting because there must be an election that is a secret ballot run by the IEC. We got accommodation, the venue for the meeting at the ICC, where we're going to have 50 people in each venue. And we got the IEC involved. The IEC was going to be in all the venues for them to assist during the election. Unfortunately, on the 29th, we didn't have a quorum for us to continue with the meeting. And after 10 minutes, no, after 30 minutes, because the first 15 minutes went by, we didn't have any quorum. The second 15 minutes, and after that, I had to adjourn because the rules of order by law says that if we don't have a quorum after the second 15 minutes, the speaker must adjourn the meeting. And the speaker must then call another meeting within 7 days. And we worked around, but it was difficult for us. Remember the logistics because of COVID-19 to have another physical meeting, a council meeting within 7 days. So we held another meeting, which was held on the 5th of August, which was last week, Thursday, which was a virtual meeting because of the logistics that we have to deal with in organizing a full council meeting that is physical. We couldn't elect on a virtual meeting. That's why on the second meeting, we had the item on the agenda and the item was deferred for another meeting, which is going to be physical. We haven't decided on the date. It was only one meeting that we couldn't elect because of the quorum. The issue of food parcels. Our councillors have reported back on the distribution of food hampers/vouchers by submitting the lists of beneficiaries. The list contains the name, the ID number, the address, and also the signatures and contact details of the beneficiaries. We have not received any complaint or evidence of any transgressions on the food hampers. You must remember the first lot of food vouchers were a social relief of distress when COVID-19 came. That was last year. And each ward was allocated 1,000 food hampers or vouchers at 600 rands each. The next lot was the lot that the mayor has spoken about of the senior citizens, the Christmas party that we couldn't hold last year. So we gave the senior citizens because we did not want them to come together in a venue in January because of their vulnerability. The food hampers were 600 for each ward at 500 rands each. We also work, we know this is not enough, but we work closely with the Provincial Department of Social Development. We identify, councillors identify the very needy families, and social development intervenes by giving the social relief of distress. And also we have NGOs that we work with that also assist us when we identify the needy to hand out food hampers to the needy people in the city. Thank you very much, Chairperson. That's the response that I have.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Executive Mayor, if you can mute your microphone, Madam Speaker. And happy belated birthday.
Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Sure. Mayor?
No, thank you, Chair. My apologies for hiding my face.
Yes, you must consistently show your face.
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
The provincial government, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, has developed a water master plan for the entire province because we are experiencing many challenges. Part of that, in EThekwini, to unlock some of the challenges of our communities in relation to water issues, we need the construction of Umkomazi Dam. And that Umkomazi Dam, the Department Nationally of Water is estimating that it's going to cost more than 22 billion rands to build the structure. But we are still liaising with the Department of Water nationally to see to it that these developments are also being budgeted for. Chair, on our side, as the DCM has also alluded to the fact that we have put our own master plan as EThekwini, and we are starting to deal with the rehabilitation and upgrading of some water schemes within the municipality to ensure that the demand that is out there is also met through the adequate supply of water. But one of the major challenges, when the rural development and land department was established, we were happy as metros because part of the challenges that we are experiencing is that most of people migrate from the districts, all districts in KZN, to EThekwini. And that put more strain on our resources because as soon as they establish themselves, they get settled in those settlements, we have to provide services to them, water, electricity, sewage systems, and all of that, or sanitation to try and meet their own needs. So I think we need to do a lot. I'm sure the portfolio committee will also assist us that we need to expedite the rural development so that we can allow metros to develop in a way that is being envisaged. For now, even people are looking for jobs, for economic opportunities, because in the areas where they are located, those opportunities are not there. So it's important to put more emphasis on rural development to try and deal with the migration to bigger cities. So that on its own requires more concerted efforts from all of us as government. Chair, I think Honorable Ceza also asked us about the issue that what is it that have been done against those who manipulate the system. So unfortunately, the Office of the Speaker have not received any tangible information, evidence that the distribution of food parcels have been dealt with in a manner that is unbecoming, where political parties are manipulating the system. So that's what we have received for now, even the feedback from the wards and the information that is in possession of our speaker to deal with the issues of distribution. So I'm sure definitely once there is evidence before us that there was a manipulation and that get investigated, people will be dealt with as expected. So thank you very much, Chair. Sorry for us to take long in terms of responding, but we wanted to be certain that all issues are being responded to. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Can I check who has follow up? I see two hands. Honorable Mkalipi followed by Honorable Ceza, in that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have just a few follow-ups on my side. Thanks for the response. Just to remind the Mayor, when we had this meeting for the first time, I even make an example of 1810, Umuzika former councillor Obabungqobo, whereby one of your officials came and told Umamoma Biela, Uguti, no, you have enough space, so therefore please demolish this house of yours, and then we are going to build you a house. After that, she came back with a contractor and said, no, this space is not enough. And that matter, after we have raised here, and there was a follow-up in terms of the municipality who went and met with Umama Mabiela, but after that, there is no progress. So if you can get those little details for people, because we are dealing with specific people in Brooks Farm. So I'm just mentioning that one. And I raise a matter of Tafta here, Mayor. So I was hoping that is either Obabu, I think it is Emma Kanya who's responsible for water, or I can't remember the name, please forgive me, to say that there was a matter that the officials of water attended to it. But now, and if those officials are being contacted, they are not answering their phones, and imita kuza phezulu manje, so they don't know where to go since the matter was raised. So I was hoping that we can get a feedback as well. How can you guide in terms of how to resolve that matter? The other issue, Mayor, that I also need a clarity on, the problem your collector got here in Durban. So if I can mention one area whereby AMA residents, they also contact Ore, who is known as Umkutuzi, who's the head of the SW, if I'm not mistaken. Aganqeni ukusho ukuthi akanawo ama-trucks okuzokholetha udoti. So udoti uhlala emgwaqeni until eze akwazi ukuthi enze some of the arrangements. So in that regard, if you can get clarity. Thanks, Babu Pato, for clarifying those issues of Brooks Farm. So, Chairperson, we also ask that a person from the Department of Human Settlement, if MSC was not going to also attend to this meeting, because we really have to have a way forward. We can't just leave this thing open-handed. As much as Bob Pato is saying that their timeline is 30th of September, but at least if there is a feedback, instead of waiting for this meeting to take place, because we know, as the chairperson was saying, that also the speaker is waiting for a feedback. But our approach from the onset was to say, let us tackle these issues, because we are all from Durban. I don't know, maybe it's just because we are coming from different political parties. That's why we find it very difficult to sit down as leaders and to confront issues that are affecting people, which are people on the ground. So therefore, that's why, Chairperson, we have these challenges of waiting for this meeting to take place. And I suspect that even the committee have so many issues that we need to deal with. We can't be going backwards to deal with the issue of Ward 52. So there are so many petitions that we also have to deal with as a committee. So therefore, I recommend that, Chairperson, even if the Department of Housing, through UHED, Umam Beryl, even if you don't want to include us because we are not belonging to a certain political party, just go and establish a committee at a local level. The mayor, as I was alluding to the fact that he also familiar with the people in Brooks Farm. There are all people who are familiar with this project called Brooks Farm. You can also ask Mama Badala Benda, who happens to be the members of the ANC for that matter, or Mama Mambele, who can also guide you, because even if you check on what is reported here in terms of 30 houses, as we are told that no, there is some progress in terms of identifying a land whereby they are going to be accommodated. But it's also confusing when you go to another slides that I was mentioning before. Umam Zama didn't also talk to the slices. So this one was also sent to us. We are also saying to us here, which is conflict. We are saying there are 30 people in Brooks Farm who don't have houses. These people have letters from courts because they are sitting in houses that don't belong to them. In other slides, you are telling us that no, these people, they don't have a place to stay. So now we don't know to which one. So that's why I'm saying, Chairperson, instead of tackling each and every minor issue here, which is in a form of a report that is presented by the municipality, please go and establish a Smoloniana committee of old people in Brooks Farm who happens to be there when the project started, way back before even 1999, who can also guide you and also manage for the municipality to have a way forward how to resolve these issues. Because some of the issues that are raised there are not true. There are no people who don't have any houses there. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. I know, Chairperson, from the fact there is no one who is lacking in terms of that this was my house and then it was taken by a mayor or was taken by whoever. So the really issues is that you are going to get it from the people of Brooks Farm if you want to resolve these issues. That is one. So I also welcome in terms of the bills that I also have said that there are some challenges. So we can also give you those details, new CFO, and then I think that is a spirit if a new CFO is willing to also to tackle those issues. So the other thing that I need also to get into it is these things of bills that is not consolidated. I think we can be clarified, because if people comes to us, and I also raised this issue before with the mayor, that it seems as if it's very hard to get into the municipality. The office of the mayor tried after we had this meeting, but when we raise issues, I don't know, issues of which they can't even take more issues when people are raising issues, because at the same time, we must understand that it's not issues that are raised by Uhlengiwe, it's issues that are raised by people, but Uhlengiwe is a public representative. So Uhlengiwe uyakwazi ukuthi ahambe yongqongqoze emnyangweni kaMayor ukuthi please Mayor, there is this issue here and there and there. But now if you raise issues and then there's no one who is responding, it becomes a problem. So as a result, we have to come to COGTA and raise those issues. Lastly, Chair, on the issue of Pet Marshal, and according to the report here that is given to us, it talks about 60 houses. Let me just peruse, Chair, I can't remember when. And then according to the report from the municipality, they said that they have went and verified, because it was reported by the steering committee to say that there are 60 houses that are affected in terms of drainage and so on. And the municipality, according to their report, they are saying that they've attended to that matter, but unfortunately, that is not the fact. So that's why I said, Chair, please can you share here on the screen so the team from the municipality and the mayor can see what the problem is still there and it needs to be attended to in order for us not to come back and raise the very same issue. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mkaliti. My apologies, I've just run out of battery on my gadget. The next follow-up was Honorable Keza.
covered.
Honorable Chair,
That
you
sounds,
covered.
yes.
Okay. Over to you, Majoro and Tim.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm sure we take note of the concerns that members are raising with us. My office, working with the City Manager's office, will establish a small team to deal with in the area with the housing department so that we can follow up on the matters that will be attended to with immediate effect. Secondly, the issue of the specific issues. Our team before Friday will visit all people whom we had submissions on their issues to give feedback in terms of what is transpiring in regard to those issues and complaints. So those individual committee members will be conducted. That will happen before Friday. Then the third issue which Member Mkalipi raised is TAFTA issue. We requested that the CFO must take it over from Water Department so that he can run with it and give a feedback in the next meeting or give the feedback to the committee in terms of the progress we are making in that regard. And that will happen as soon as we finish the meeting. The CFO will take it over. The issue when it comes to the refuse collection, we understand the magnitude of this responsibility in the municipality with the informal settlements, which are really a big number, more than 582 informal settlement in the municipality. But we are attending to that matter because we have made arrangements that there shouldn't be an area without refuse collection as a service. So if we can get the specific areas, because the Honorable Member Mkalepi spoke about areas, but I did not capture which areas are those areas so that we can attend to those matters, if we can be assisted with that. Otherwise, Chair, we have taken note of all the issues as we have brought them to us. There is work in progress as we have reported in issues of housing. There is also progress that we have presented through the report submitted to the committee. We'll continue to update the committee on the progress we are scoring in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Yeah, I don't see any other hand. And I should think the two of you and Honorable Galipi has also proposed a way forward. The issue that I wanted DDG4C to talk to is the issue around your COO. This is the matter that the province and yourself as council have dealt with. The last time I think I engaged with Dr. Nkashe, it's his portfolio, DDG4C. And I believe the person who has been responsible for this was, upon receiving the complaint by the COO, it's Mr. Motla Shupeng. I've shared with you what is the issue. Because I think it's almost a year now that this matter you've been seized with as a department. The province and the municipality have commented on that. What the municipality and the province are waiting for was just your waiver as Cooperative National, as the law provides. So we are seated with the situation where in somebody who's working is being unfairly disadvantaged. So I thought we need to also deal with that matter. Now that more so now is acting as an accounting officer of the municipality. So any update on the matter? Did you foresee?
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Yes, if I can come before DDG. Chair, the matter is expanding. The last time you dealt with the matter, it was only COO. So we have made submission in relation to deputy city managers as well. And we've spoken to the department about it. There's no response as yet. So if he's going to respond, if he can also cover, because the submission is comprehensive. Thank you.
Hey, my daughter, I'm being ambushed by the mayor here. Maybe there must be a formal one that must be sent, but basically that's what they're saying. They're a city, they're saying they can afford.
Yeah, it's because you're my
in
sister.
The province
that's why
has given concurrence. Why is it that the department, because in the case of Mr. Mbele now, it's a year the department has been seated with this. Okay.
No, thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, and greetings to the leadership from EThekwini. Honorable Chair, firstly, just to indicate that I've always been in this meeting since this morning. I didn't.
Yes. I could even hear you. I could even hear you when Mam Kwena, I asked her to call you because I called you, you didn't respond. But I understand you might be stretching your leg or gripping a cup of coffee at the time. But the time when Mam Kwena called you, we could hear you talking to her being in the meeting. Or I should have corrected that, ne? Okay. We know you do stay in meetings.
No, thanks.
But you know what will I have done if you had gone? You know it very well. I don't know why are you raising it.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. I've requested Honorable Chair Tebogo Motlashoeping to join us, who is the Chief Director in the Institutional Development Branch, and is the person who is processing these requests as they come through to the Minister. I'll hand over to him. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Through you, may I continue?
You are sitting in the dark room. The people from EThekwini want to know you. At least till now we know you. We can see you and hear your voice.
Okay, let me shift and go and sit where maybe.
Yes, if you can go a bit up, we can see you now.
See me, Chairperson.
And I'll forgive you for your T-shirt. Eh?
Oh, sorry. I was not in this meeting, Chairperson.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm saying I'll forgive you for your T-shirt.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I've been requested by my DG Foxy to respond to the issue relating to the COO of EThekwini. I need to give the background to this issue because we are dealing with the matter. Firstly, EThekwini, together with the city of Cape Town, the city of Joburg, falls under category 10 in as far as the notice by the minister was issued for the determination of salaries for senior managers. And in that categorization and the notice that was issued by the minister predetermined the salaries of senior managers. And it is an expectation of COCTA that municipalities will then, when they advertise, indicate the salary on the advertisement from the entry point, the midpoint, and the last point in relation to the outcome of the competency assessment that has been conducted for officials who have been recommended for appointment. In this particular instance, EThekwini, when they advertised the positions for senior managers, they did not indicate the salaries as contained in the notice. But that besides the point. The issue that I wanted to raise in relation to this background is that salaries for senior managers are not negotiable, but salaries are predetermined by the minister when the minister issues a notice. So in this particular instance also, the salary already was predetermined and there was no need for any negotiations that has to be entered into between the municipality and the incumbents. What then occurred in this particular instance, the law says that if the municipality, upon the appointment of a person, can demonstrate that there is a salary creep between the salaries so determined by the minister and the salaries offered by the municipality in terms of the notice, then the municipality may apply for a waiver. The city of EThekwini then applied for a waiver. And in applying for the waiver, it was for the COO initially, like the minister, like the Honorable Mayor has indicated. But in order for us to advise the minister to make a determination whether the minister approves the waiver or not, the municipality is to give the supporting documents to show or demonstrate that there is a salary creep. And we then, upon receipt of the document, we realized that there were not enough documents to can make us make a determination to advise the minister in relation to the salary creep. And we wrote back to the municipality requesting additional information for us to look into whether they qualify for a waiver or not. And they subsequently sent documentation after a discussion with us in the municipality where they demonstrated that salary creep in relation to the 2 or 3 middle managers who were earning the same or even more than the salary so determined by the minister for senior managers. Upon receipt of that additional information, they again added a number of about 6 applications together with the original application for the COO. We have since received the necessary information to support the application, and we have looked into the matter, and we have now at an internal level finalized the submission that is en route for the minister to make a determination. So the lull between the time when they made an application and then the time when they added a new applications, it was made as a result of the fact that there was no enough information to can allow us as the department to advise the minister to agree or not to agree to the waiver. So as matter stands, the internal processes of that of the CEO and other additional applications have been received, and we have finalized that, and EThekwini will soon be receiving the response from the minister once the minister has signed. Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members.
Majaro, is there anything that you want to say based on the response?
Yes, Chair. Let's welcome the report, but we are concerned. I think the period in which we made submissions and we finished all the information which was required from us, it has taken too long. And here we talk about the morale of the team that needs to be really supported so that they can perform well. So it's unlike myself, Honorable Chairperson. As a mayor, you don't complain, you don't have unions to fight for you. So it's because when the mayor was done,
and you don't have lawyers.
When
and you don't have lawyers because you are deployed.
Yes, when the mayor was downgraded from being the MEC to the mayor, he didn't have any rights to fight for. But the administration must be assisted. The administration must be assisted. Yes.
I don't believe
Thank
that
you.
one.
But let's wait for the letter and we'll request that.
Come to the labor desk.
We'll request that.
You. I'm the head
no,
of
I won't come.
the desk.
No, I won't come to your labor desk. I'm covered. No, thank you, Chair. We welcome the report, but we really wish that it can be expedited. Thank you.
That's my issue to say now. It's almost a year. This thing was submitted to the department in 2019 in August. Even if there's an investigation that them shopping there were. No. That's not how we deal with matters. Before you leave, Majoro, Shirin, there is these pics that we need to show the mayor before he leaves. And then it said, you are saying you have already attended to the matter, but the status quo remains. These are the latest pics. Can you share the pictures with the mayor? And I want the mayor and the team to respond to it, because the pics that were being shown here are deemed to be the latest ones. But your report is saying you have addressed the matter. Siren, are you ready? Oh, Andile. Thank you for taking your time to attend this meeting and being ambushed. Then, but yes, can the letter be sent to the municipality and the province?
I will personally see to it that it is sent, and thanks very much.
Yeah, that's the table how we know. Shirin, are we ready?
Yes, Chair.
Oh. Pitch out for a bigger view.
Turn the picture around, Shari.
This is called Pet Marshal Majoro, Ward 52. It said you have fixed it, but this is the situation right now. I think that's the issue. Who's the manager responsible, Major, so that we can end the meeting? I want his or her comment, not you. This is too technical.
Yes, Chair.
Too technical.
Yes,
Not for you.
Chairperson. We saw the photos, they will respond, but I don't know the exact area. Which one? Is it Pambai or Brooks Farm?
But it's called Pet Marshal. In Ward 52.
No, that is
Pet
Pambai.
Marshal.
Okay.
Yeah, Ward 52. Yes.
I'm sure DCM Makanya will respond to this.
Isn't that often when we are interacting with you, people send stuff? That's how it happens normally. To say, but this is what they're saying. This is the status quo. This is what has happened here.
Okay. No, as soon as because we now know the area, so we'll have to look at that area. But DCM Makanya can respond. When is he sending the team to resolve this? It should happen before we close the day.
That's leadership. That's the leadership we need. DCM Makanya, when the mayor speaks, it's policy. It must be implemented. You want to respond?
I think we will do as per the instruction by the mayor. I'm just getting.
We can't see you. We can't see you.
Can you see me now?
Now we can see you, so
Yes.
that the people
I'm saying as per the
that
mayor's
that
instruction,
can see you as well.
Sorry, ma'am.
I was saying
I'm saying as the mayor is saying it. I'm sorry, ma'am. Can you continue, ma'am?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. I'm saying we are. I'm sending it to the team as we speak. Yeah, I didn't have the details of it, just like the chapter 1, but I'm sending it to the team because I've got the details.
And then you'll revert back to our committee secretary on the progress.
We'll do that, ma'am. Apologies.
We'll really appreciate that.
Sorry,
So,
Chair.
sorry,
Chair. Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair. Sorry, Mayor. Just
and supposed to say, okay.
Oh, yes. Are you allowing me, Chair?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Just to check, Chair, there is no aerial photograph technology within the municipality that actually monitors as in when these leaks are happening, because it looks really undignifying as it is, Chair. No persons must leave it. That I think that these things must be identified. If people cannot go to the municipality themselves to report on the issues, then there should be some technology. We're in the 20th century now, even if it's a overfly of some camera to monitor for the sake of the well-being, because the municipalities are also responsible for the work, for the health conditions of the municipality and the environment. Thank you.
Yes, because Tate Makan, Baba Makan, it's something else to say things have been done and then you find a situation where in somebody send you these pictures, and pictures normally don't lie, you know? And then, yeah, that's why I'm saying at some point it's key. The mayor can't be all over because we know accountability lies with him. But with your team, I think you need to manage your teams so that you know what is actually happening on the ground. Because really, I'm taken aback to get a report that these issues have been resolved. And the next thing, boom, pictures, then they've come and then they don't lie. But like as we have agreed, this is the matter that you are going to personally have a hands-on approach on and be able to report to the committee secretary within the next 2 days. It's a simple matter because in your books, it's a matter that is done, that is remedied. So whoever went there and make a U-turn instead of doing what they are supposed to do, I think also if we start to implement consequence management, it will help us a great deal, because now you look like people who have just come and lied to Parliament, you know. That's the other matter that, Mayor, I think you will also be keen to get the feedback on the matter. It's a bit embarrassing, if I'm to say that. Yeah, but nevertheless, we want to have closure on this matter, Mayor. We can't be keeping on calling you here every 3 months to be told that there's no progress. And then at the end, when we think we've finished the meeting, then pictures of this nature then emerge. Unfortunately, like when we're meeting with you, we are on various parliamentary platforms. And then we've got a responsibility to also check and get the feedback as we're progressing with the meeting to say what is happening, because these are the people who are staying there who are sending these things to us. So that's the matter that one couldn't leave unattended. But I think it's the matter that we need to follow up. I hope this meeting, together with the progress reports that we are going to get in the next week, can help us close these matters for good so that we focus on others. Because me personally, I'm tired of seeing your face here time and again now. with your team. At least today you've come to introduce the new CFOs, the DCMs. The colleagues, the point that I'm trying to raise as you members of the senior management team, can we prioritize this matter so that we can also ourselves close this matter and report back to the speaker? Otherwise, we'll be failing on our oversight duty. You might have heard me closing the other meeting with the Uthukela. When people come to the parliament, they deem parliament as their last hope. But if parliament cannot resolve their matters, then I don't know where should these people go. And I always say this is unnecessary, this is unwarranted, that people must always approach parliament, whereas we've got people that are supposed to deal with these matters, Madam Speaker, they're on the ground. So I should think we want to thank you for always being available. And I hope we've met with you for the last time, except on the other matters that you were trying to report, Major. But on this petition, it's my wish now that you have recruited whoever has to be recruited. These matters are going to be attended to. And we want to compliment you for managing to stop the Hollywood there in the city and make sure that you appoint people with relevant skills and requisites. And we hope we're going to see that a difference also with the department resolving of those other staff members, their issues, so that we have labor peace in the municipality. We want to wish the new team well, and also to wish the new CFO well. I think you are just taking for the better to make sure that this city continue to shine. With these few words, I would like to also then close this meeting. Yes. Yeah, it was a marathon of a meeting.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your leadership.
Yes, we welcome. Thank you so much, colleagues. Enjoy the rest of your day. When meeting on Thursday. Sure. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Team DCOC, for being here, especially DG4C. You never run away from meetings, we know that. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair.
Recording.